Uh,
Vishy, do you hear me?
yeah, I hear you clearly.
Fantastic. Hi.
Hello, Vishy. Do you hear me?
You can hear me now. Okay, good. Hi, Vladi. How are you?
Yeah. We just finished the 11th games, and I just congratulated you.
Yeah, no, I saw the
Just a
happy
minute
draw
ago.
quite, but
So my congratulations again. Welcome.
yeah, thanks.
Hi Vishy, thanks for joining us. We analyzed all the games from game 1 till game 11. Quite an interesting match. Quite an interesting match.
Yes, it was.
So many.
I mean, as always, more is hidden than is shown, no?
Yeah. Much more, but already much less after our 4 videos. Much less is hidden.
Sure.
What is interesting?
By the way, I wanted one question, Vishy, from me first. Why did you choose to start in the game 3 bishop d6 and only game 5 rook g8 in Meran?
Well, if I remember correctly, bishop d6, we had not yet discovered this problem with a4 b4. So there's move b4 somewhere refuting it. And at that moment, bishop d6 was our main line. I considered rook g8. Well, it's nice, it works, but we have something that works. Let's stick to it. And only after we realized that bishop d6, this move b4 somewhere in the and white is just killing, yeah.
Well,
and only totally after that killing, we switched.
It's not maybe totally killing, yeah, but yeah, it seems to be very, very serious, yeah. We found it all in between of games 3 and 5, yeah. In fact, because Vishy, I told us that when you played bishop b7, I took on b5, and I thought that your plan was actually to play rook g8 and not bishop d6. Yes, do you hear me?
Vishy is thinking.
It's a bit confusing. I mean, bishop d6 was the line we spent most of our time on in our training, and I think at some point, rook g8 we had started some work, but the focus was bishop d6. So that was my first line, and then I was still very hopeful that rook g4 and the impact of that move and everything. But when later on we realized how difficult that is. I mean, it's also difficult to switch sometimes because with black, you may switch. We could already have gone to the Vienna, what we did much later. But somehow I was hesitant to switch, and the whole rest day, we first tried to solve this. And after losing half a day trying to solve this, then it's harder to change direction. So then we decided to go with this rook g8, and Radek solved some last problems literally 20 minutes before I left, and then that was the state in which I arrived. I think that was the sequence.
It was exactly the same story with me. Like some 20 minutes before I left, everything was solved. On rook g8.
Right.
But this is a special story, which hopefully this stream will be translated in English, so you will listen to this story.
No, but
everything was solved, but I was not aware of it.
Yeah, what is interesting is that yesterday I've started reading your book, Vishy, which is a very interesting book. Actually, I highly recommend it. And I've read a story there about game 5 that you were trying to call your assistants, or how do we call it in English?
Seconds, trainers, yeah.
Seconds, yes, and you couldn't reach them, right?
Well, so
is it a fairy
This is
tale?
typical. I think Vladi will understand what's happening. So what happened was we got into the car and we were driving to the venue. And then suddenly I was thinking, what do I do if Vladi plays bishop g5? Our preparation was Botvinnik variation. And suddenly in the car, I mean, it's not like I forgot some detail on mode 25. I could not remember the first move. and I was in total panic. So normally it's a very bad situation if you have to call from the car, because anyway, whatever your seconds tell you, they will give you only one or two fragments, and you will go crazy trying to remember, because you don't have a chessboard anymore even to see it. But I was so desperate. I thought I will just ask them, please just tell me one move and I will figure out the rest. But just tell me one move, something like that. And we did this. And the variation was spinning in my head. And of course, as soon as I got into the car, all of them switched off their phones and went to the restaurant. This was the only break they got during the match.
Yeah.
And they were not about to miss it. So we arrived at the venue. Still, I had no idea what to do against the Botvinnik. So then Aruna tells me, well, good luck.
Go for it.
And that was it. But in fact, in the rest of the match, we were having the situation all the time that I was excellently.
And hi, everybody. And we are interrupting what is a very interesting video, but the video roll is playing in shuffle mode, and that particular video is 20 minutes long, which would have made us miss the first move, which probably isn't what you want. Even though story time was already called for in chat, and yes, story time is always great. I know you were listening to Vishy. I was also sort of listening to Vishy, but there is a lot of Vishy in that video. And on that note, I would direct you to the main Levitov Chess channel, which has all of these videos in the history of the channel, I assume. So if you really liked it, it's available out there in its entirety, in its full awesome glory on the Levitov Chess channel. But for now, let's talk about the forthcoming game. And hello, everybody. I'm not very good at this hosting thing. It's me, Peter Svidler, and with me is my very good friend Evgeny Miroschnichenko. And there might be guests later on. It's still slightly up in the air.
Yeah. Peter, I thought you are actually good at the hosting thing, and therefore you'll be the official host and and provide the analysis and do all the technical stuff, and I'll be representing kind of the pure degeneracy of a Twitch chat or stuff like that.
You're taking my most favorite part away from me.
The
The Twitch chat troll is what I'm really growing into in my later years. So I don't really want to give you even that. I'm going to be fighting you tooth and nail for that role. And yeah, hi everybody who's already here. Very nice to see people coming in and watching. I've seen some.
So on a little bit more serious note, so what do we expect today? D4, E4, we've been speculating a bit after yesterday's game, so we don't know, of course. But
I was told by the authorities I dare not disrespect that, having sort of jokingly mentioned the Rogozin yesterday, we now absolutely have to sort of nail our colors to the mast and say, we are certain today will be a Rogozin day, so that we look great if we guess it correctly. And if we don't guess it correctly, I mean, who cares? We're just one of, dozens and dozens of people trying to guess the opening in this game. And most of them, I would assume, will get it wrong. So today is a Rogozin day, no question. Magnus will play 1d4. Jan will instantly reply by knight f6, e6, d5, bishop b4. And we will see that absolutely crazy position I mentioned, kind of barely managed to get there yesterday on stream. But in all seriousness, Magnus, I think, is more of a 1e4 player generally over the course of his career. And the more interesting question would be, if Magnus does play e4 today, is Jan going to stick to his guns and play the Sicilian, which I assume is the neither of Sicilian? Switching to a different Sicilian would be a kind of a strange thing to do, considering how well the Neither, I think, agrees with him, both stylistically and in terms of results, I think, as well. So yeah, that's one discussion. And if 1d4, I think all bets are off. People are bemoaning the fact that I'm not expecting the Grunfeld, but I really am not expecting the Grunfeld today.
Yeah. So E4. There is a video once again, since we are mentioning the kind of a main, quote unquote, main Levitov Chess, which is a Russian channel on YouTube, right? And there is a video by Halifman who was trying to predict what will be played during the match, so not exactly game 2, but before the match. And interestingly, he says that, I mean, it's quite probable that E5 is going to be played, because kind of the perimeter in Naidov is such broad nowadays. So one E5, and specifically the Petrov, known to some as Russian defense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to even think about that. I mean, Alexander Halifman is my, childhood idol. One of the, I mean, he and Garry Kasparov were. Garry was like the overarching kind of a godlike figure in my life as I was growing up as a chess player, and Alexander Halifman, who is from my home city, I met him when I was very, very young, and he seemed awesome, and I kind of attached myself to this idea that this is what a chess player should look like, and I still adore him greatly. But it was his job to predict openings for this match, and he probably actually took the job seriously and listed some sensible options. But for me, the very thought of this match being centered around the Petrov is filling me with such dread that I'm trying to not even make the movie 75 on the demonstration board to kind of not jinx it.
It's an awesome opening. It's an awesome opening.
It is an interesting opening, and there are some very exciting things that can happen in the Petrov, of course. I'm ever so slightly joking, but if I had a choice, if they could play an opening I nominate after Magnus plays 1e4, it is definitely the Naidov and not the Petrov.
Seriously?
This match for me is.
And then you have a bunch of Bishop G5 Naidovs where God knows what's. I mean, okay, some guy randomly plays something and move 25, and it happens to be a novelty, and they agree a draw in 5 moves.
You are never entirely safe from that happening, for sure. But I think the Bishop G5s have become a little bit less formulaic, and since we're sort of waiting for move 1 here, Magnus has been playing quite a bit of Bishop G5 himself. He played it against me even once. And first of all, you're not obliged to play e6, but I think Jan is an e6 player. But even in these positions these days, you see, apart from sort of the classical poisoned pawn, you see a lot of different things. But the moves seemingly are coming in. And, we are winning the bet. Yeah, we are just crushing it today. And
okay, so far so
we're
good.
3 out of 3. Please e6, not g6, so that we can sound. Whoa. Okay, I'm a little bit worried now. The people will start.
Okay, and now we can blame on Magnus if he goes knight c3. We can blame it on him, right?
Yeah, this is very alarming. People will start thinking we have some kind of an inside track, and this.
G3 is the last moment to deviate. With G3 and the Catalan.
I don't know why I'm rooting so hard against actually being correct about something, but seems like it's not going to be a Ragozin today. This is and Bishop B7 is, it's the absolute classical approach against the Catalan, but it's interesting in a way because I think a lot of people have been shifting to giving this check first and then returning to e7, because somewhat surprisingly the move Bishop d2 is supposedly somewhat counterproductive. We are once again having the castling issues because, as you can see, the live board says Jan played King of 8 here, which I really hope is not true. But we kind of know it's not true. We've had this yesterday as well.
It is a castle. Can you show the castle?
Yeah, it'll get fixed. And Magnus castled in reply. Mm-hmm. We'll wait. It does eventually get fixed. So for the time being, we'll just keep the live board
D takes c4, queen c2, and that's a very, I mean, it's a strange thing to say, but that's an interesting position.
These days
Because
in particular, yeah.
there've been,
yeah, exactly.
yeah, b5, exactly b5. That's what I wanted to say. So that's kind of a try to close the line, basically, as you, Peter, have great experience doing in the Grunfeld. Play something forcing, something demanding, and then if it works, it works. If White tries to deviate, he might as well end up in a worse position.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure. I'm not the world's biggest Catalan expert, to put it very mildly, and I'm not entirely sure how this stands right now. At some point, I think the main line went a4, b4, and now I think knight fg2, right? c6, knight takes c4,
Yeah.
queen takes d4, and White definitely has very strong long-term compensation for the pawn here. I think Alexander Grishuk won a very nice game against Hikaru in this line once, which impressed me greatly. But on the other hand, Black does have the extra pawn here, the one on c6 currently, and if those pieces, I mean, the compensation here, if we talk about sort of structural things, the compensation here is based on the fact that this is a very, very strong knight on c4, which is difficult to challenge, and this bunch of pieces is going to be quite difficult to develop. I think the Grishuk Nakamura game I mentioned went something along these lines, right? And maybe knight 1 d2, and even if Black achieves this trade for the bishop on e3, getting those pieces out of the corner still is a challenge, and you don't often succeed. And White, also importantly, White never really tries to win the pawn back here straight away. In fact, you very often don't even particularly want to win the pawn back, because it will, like, if in this position you have an option of winning the pawn on c6 but trading the knight on b8 in the process, that is very obviously completely counter to what you're trying to achieve with White. You're trying not to let Black develop that piece, not trade it for a measly pawn on c6. But none of that has been played yet. So Magnus is pausing.
That's I mean, perhaps we have to mention, we have to cover kind of the different level of variation, so to speak. So a4 c6 doesn't work. That much I know about.
Yeah, and here there's a very nice tactical reason for why it doesn't work, which most of our chat probably will be able to work out, and it's specifically the move knight of 3 g5. Yeah.
Knight g5.
We're attacking the rook.
Not letting Black to play knight
because
d5.
knight g5 runs into some problems. And after knight g5, Black actually loses quite a lot of material, since you cannot really protect the rook on a8 in any way whatsoever. Yeah, so this is why a4 pretty much has to be met by b4 in this position. Another question here is, of course, why are we making such a weird move like knight 3 d2 here instead of, let's say, queen takes c4, or alternatively something like knight e5, which also, like, if you want to take on c4 with the knight, it makes seemingly more sense to play knight e5. But after knight e5, Black just doesn't even try to protect this rook at all, plays queen takes d4. And positions like this one have been, I think, proven to be fine for Black. There was, I think, a game in the Berlin candidates in 2018, I think, Fabi against Ding.
But that was different. That was different. That was
B6 that was slightly
b5.
Different, yeah.
It's kind of the same, but not
really.
Yeah,
the structure is a little bit different on the queen side, yeah.
Yeah, knight e5 captures, bishop takes, queen takes, and then I don't quite remember.
Yeah, we can look it up, but it doesn't really. I mean, I just wanted to point out that the reply to knight e5 in these positions is very, very specifically pretty much never c6. Yeah. It's always queen takes d4.
So I have a question then. Is it really different if I take on you take on d4 and knight c4 is played?
Yeah, that's a very good question, actually. I don't know.
Perhaps you'll end up playing c6 anyway.
Maybe bishop a6.
Yeah, maybe
bishop a6.
Like
I don't know, because it's obviously we can transpose back to the same position by playing c6, but maybe you give Black some slightly different options. Maybe knight d5 is not completely stupid either, trying to put it on b6 if it gets chased away with e4. Can't we say here that that both white's bishops are better than black's plus the exchange? Which position are we talking about? This position? Why are me in my shoes? That's in this position. Not really. The black. If I understood your question correctly as to which position it refers to, this bishop comes out to a6. And it's actually doing quite well on a6, in particular if white takes on c4. But even if they don't, this bishop could go to c5 later on. And mainly I think there's a lot of counterplay on the queen side, because in particular if the pawn on c4 survives, but it doesn't often survive, because of the amount of pieces black can sort of very quickly coordinate to create pressure on the queen side and in the center, like c5, knight c6, bishop a6, knight d5, bishop f6, and so on. Magnus has played knight e5 immediately, without even including a4, which is very curious to me. I'm not sure I know what this is. There's a number of questions about this. First of all, why is this better if black just takes on d4? What have we gained as white by not including a4 before, which we could have included? I mean, you can still try doing it on the next move, but black is not obliged, of course, to reply in the same way. You can go a6, for instance, and keep a very nice pawn pair.
Yeah, that's one of the positions that I'd be happy with.
Yeah, maybe knight takes f7, as Nick is pointing out, and that's a
knight f7.
Yeah, this also, I mean, it existed in the other line as well, so why are we not doing it with the pawn on a4 is a question. And maybe even the bigger question I have here is, how are we replying to c6 now? Because if you just simply take on c6 twice, I will play rook b8, and I will claim that this is a very, very nice outcome of the opening for black, because we did manage to trade this really kind of a passive horse on b8. We want to...
Not clear to me, to be honest. I mean, a4, a6, just trade. I will open the file.
And then knight...
Go bishop f4, rook b6 is what annoys me.
Rook b6, and then I want to play bishop b7, let's say. And I do want to claim that I'm not really doing all that poorly here at all.
No, but bishop f4 doesn't.
Yeah, I think
make
you have
sense,
to play something like knight a3 or knight c3 or something. But d4 is also hanging, so you don't have unlimited amounts of time. And I might have some very annoying threats of like knight d5, knight b4 if you actually give me like a tempo with something like rook g1 protecting the pawn on d4. I think knight d5 might be an extremely annoying move here. Just trying.
Knight b4
being a threat,
and
simply even queen c7 or queen b6 being a threat, because if I force you to take on d5 with this bishop, you're probably not going to like the resulting position very much as white. So yeah,
a4, Twitch chat was saying a4 immediately after capturing.
No,
on
I think
c6.
immediately after c6. Yeah,
instead of.
But then I play queen takes d4. I think. Maybe this is the point, and now we take, and we are planning to take on b5 next move. Yeah. Maybe. This does make a certain amount of sense with like bishop e3 ideas, knight a3, rook g1.
This is just
this looks
just
very good for white actually. So I guess our early sort of front runner for what Magnus must mean here is this. But because we no longer have those knight g5 shenanigans, black can play knight g5 in this position. This can very easily actually turn into a full-blown gambit. And exactly as Nick is pointing out. And you probably never actually get this pawn back, but white often plays the Catalan in exactly this manner these days. Although normally you don't play a4. Normally you just like announce you're playing a gambit here and play something like, I don't know, rook d1, bishop b7, b3 or something like this.
Yeah, that's one thing. And there is also the setup with a4 and then simply putting the knight on c3 when your knight's on d5, kind of some pressure on b5. But then the queen is misplaced. I mean, I would rather save on queen c2 in this position.
High Venus and Nizahian people. I mean, it's very playable. Like all of these gambits in the Catalan, I think have become the understanding has shifted towards I think, just playing for long-term compensation. People used to play these gambits in order to either immediately launch some kind of an attack on the king side or in the center, or perhaps win the pawn back. And these days, you see a lot of these positions where white just gives up on c4, never even properly attempts to win it back, and just says, I will have a majority in the center by playing e4 at some point, your pieces will be somewhat cramped, and I don't really care that I'm a pawn down.
Yeah. Endgames, never heard of.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, this is, and I think chat has confirmed that this is a very rare move. I don't think I've seen very many high-level games with this move at all.
Okay, me personally, I'm rooting for Queen D4, and just to make it a little bit more
Yeah,
entertaining.
Queen D4 is, I think, more, quote-unquote fun, but obviously for a given amount
you know what?
Given...
Let's think. Queen D4, Knight C4? Could this be the thing?
1 sec.
People mentioned some games like Adli Matlakov from Grand Swiss Riga not so long ago.
Yeah, but that didn't actually go exactly like this at all. I think there was a slightly different variation. I spoke to Maxim about that game after the game, and I'm pretty sure it didn't go like that.
So Knight D5.
Yeah, I think we
perhaps?
just go Knight D5 here, and we are, I think, quite satisfied with how things are.
Yeah. So like, even if I win the pawn back,
Yeah, we can
somehow, I'm not
go
sure
Knight
how.
E3, I guess, but we can even sort of bunker down here with something like C6. Yeah.
C6. Yeah. C6.
Because yeah,
Rook to
without the
D-
pawn on D4, and in particular with knight on E3 kind of blocking one of the major avenues of White's initiative, I just don't think this is all that great.
Rook D1, Queen B6. Yeah. A4. You don't really care. Maybe you do.
Cohesion is saying it's not the same position as in the game. It went knight D5, B3, bishop B7, bishop D2, C5. So it was actually from here, yeah? Yeah, but that's knight D5 straight away, actually. That's not knight D5 after C6 and A4. That's knight D5 straight away. B3, bishop B7, bishop D2, C5. And there was some really strange happenings there. I think Atli went like takes, queen B2. Now I remember, yeah. He played something like this, and he was basically... Like, there was a very specific line somewhere around here where Maxim could have played in a more testing fashion, and he was close to winning. The game ended up being a draw, but throughout the game, only black really had winning chances. So this really cannot possibly be a modal game for Magnus or Team Magnus, because white kind of fought for equality from start to finish.
C6 played. C6 played.
Yeah,
Game's boring.
C6 played.
No Queen D4 for you.
It's not really, I wouldn't have remembered, but I actually went for a walk with Maxim on the day, and we discussed it at length. Otherwise, I would never have remembered any of that. It's a very specific case of this being a game played by a friend of mine, who also told me stories about it for like 15 minutes. So it's much easier to remember in those cases.
So, since you've mentioned it, Rook to D1 and B3.
Yeah,
Why
I
don't
think
we
if
do
we
that?
want to do that, we do it here. We don't even include A4. It's counterproductive to include A4.
Yeah, we're not asking for this knight being placed on D5.
Yeah, but also black is not really obliged to play 95 anymore, right? Because often it goes somewhere here in some cases. I don't want to do it immediately though. So how do we reply to this with black?
Yeah, that's precisely my point. So, like bishop to B7, queen to B6, knight D7, it's time consuming. It still kind of does not solve all the issues, right?
Yeah, it's either bishop B7. There's queen B6, but I'm not sure I like queen B6. I'm not sure the queen belongs on B6. So it's either bishop B7, or we could still play knight D5 here, just to maybe have slightly more options after B3.
Yeah. Okay. I do
B3
go
is very
B3.
logical.
Yeah.
I think I'm sort of expected to take here, right? B3 takes.
Yeah.
And once again, the question one of the earlier lessons from my very, very first childhood coach was, he told me, Peter, if your piece is attacked, before retreating or defending it, ask yourself, do I need to defend it or retreat with it? So, which I think, explains a lot about my kind of a hacking, unpositional style in my earlier years. Is c6 actually hanging? Do we care? And
try to make a move which does not protect c6.
And the follow-up question here would be, even if we don't care, how do we make white take it? Which I don't know if we can.
It's like something like a6, but it doesn't make all that much sense, right? I mean, you're probably not unhappy if white takes because some rook b8, bishop
or rook
b7.
a7 and then rook c7 or something. Yeah. Let's put this on the board just for illustration's sake. This might not actually be all that bad for black, because rook c7 is actually quite an annoying little threat, and followed by bishop b7, and black, as usual, once you've traded away some of your poor pieces in the corner there and developed the others, you're doing fine. But I'm pretty sure nobody touches that pawn with a barge pole here with white. You just go like 92, 94 or something, aiming towards c5. So if Magnus wanted Jan to take queen takes d4, can't he force the same with knight takes c6? I think knight c6 will be... it's not the same because after a4 nobody will play queen takes d4. I assume this is the position you're talking about. Because here, of course, black will just play a6. Nobody...
Yeah, we've agreed on a6 being...
You don't get the same position because queen takes d4 is just never going to happen here.
Hang on a second. Let me be just a tiny bit more clever and go bishop f4 here.
You want some a5 threats, yeah?
Yeah,
but they don't really work anyway, right?
Bishop b7. Maybe I should have gone to f3 so that would work.
What is this?
Bishop d6
doesn't really look very promising. So yeah, you have to be clever, right? You have to go to f3 perhaps. But even
not that I believe in this position. I mean, you have
95, and I also wanted to point out that if I want to be, quote unquote romantic, I can maybe be a romantic here.
With a great
there definitely will be compensation after I recapture on b6, that's for sure. And we're being told 95 is the second most played move in the Lichess database. But the thing is, there should be a very, very large gap. Exactly. Yeah. Like, it probably is the second most played move because there really aren't very many choices here for white. Yeah. What else are you going to do? Black is, if you allow black just to calmly play bishop b7, you probably are just straight up worse by move 8. But I assume it's like 80% a4 and like 20% 95. So he went 95, c6, a4, as we were just discussing. And now queen takes d4. We think knight takes c6 is a bit of a problem. Whoa, it's an even bigger... Whoa. I had it at an 80-20 split, and it's actually an 820 split, which is a bit of a difference, yeah. So yeah, queen takes d4, as we've pointed out, is probably not the way to go here. Specifically because of this line, and bishop e3, rook a7 is a very, very strong threat. I think black is just genuinely in trouble in this position. So we think knight d5 is kind of obvious and good, right? Because you probably don't get, like, you can play b4, but you're kind of tempting fate here. You're giving white, apart from the same position after knight c4, queen d4, you are giving white a number of extra options. Some of them might be good. Like rook d1 is interesting in this position.
Rook d1, I think strangely enough it might be some sort of theory. Rook d1 and then b3
b3 because
b3 is supposed to work, and then queen c4, bishop a6 is the idea.
Yeah.
I remember looking at this like 10 years ago or something, and I mean not this position, but this specific line with b5.
And we should have actually mentioned why generally is not taking on c4 with the queen. It should be kind of self-evident, but it's still worth it to mention that, all the kinds of strange moves that we've been talking about, like knight 3 to do here, is specifically because you don't want to give black Tempi to develop the bishop to a6, and then I think they play c5 here, right? I think they play c5, and they just go for, ultra fast development, and we might get a Catalan stream potentially, which would be a glorious, glorious moment. But I'm not gonna force her. If she doesn't want to be on stream, she's not gonna be on stream.
Cat stream.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, hello. And she's gone. She's not very interested in me in general, and who can blame her? Where were we? So, knight e5, c6, a4 played, and Jan is still thinking here. I get very distracted by animals.
Yeah, look, I mean, Twitch chat is calling you to answer. I mean, Zixer's asking if you got a cat, and then some people saying you said you were allergic, but,
There we go.
kind of...
That's the best I can do. It lasted about 3 seconds. She's gorgeous, though. I think she's leaving today, though, which is very, very unfortunate. Yeah, interesting that 95 hasn't happened yet. Trying to return to chess with, great effort and much disappointment. Because I don't quite understand what the other options are. I really don't like queen takes d4. I mean, if you want to play queen takes d4, I suspect you might have to, once again proclaim yourself as a romantic and try to play something like bishop d7 here. But compared to other lines where you give up this exchange, this one...
this
why
is
would
just
you? Not very... Like, rook d1, queen takes d1, bishop takes e6 probably does hold for black. This is a very typical... This might actually be a transposition to something that we've all seen at some point or other in our lives. But I think the bigger problem is bishop a8, rook a8, a b5, bishop b5, and something like knight c3, and then bishop e3 and f3. And... yeah, you're just not going to be enjoying this very much with black. So I think what we're watching right now is Jan demonstrating a lot of very impressive discipline.
Or rather, Jan left the
or that,
as politely mentioned by Nick.
Or that, yeah. Maybe he's just not there. Maybe he went for a break, because I think considering what the other options are, the Jan Nepomniachtchi we all know and love would have already played 95 like 5 times over. And
okay. So there is a theory in the YouTube chat that I like a lot. So knight e5 is played to avoid the Grishuk line, the famous Grishuk line, which is a4 bishop d7.
That's how it works. Yeah, I was trying to reconstruct that. That is, and I was just completely incapable, because I thought, how do you get that position? And
that's just a nonsense line. I mean, and somehow
people have been doing a lot of this. People have been doing a lot of this recently. And
what's the follow up?
You take with the knight, you take on c4, bishop d5.
I remember it does include some knight a2
and like
in the right.
The recent game between I believe Grishuk was playing black against Berkesh in the European clubs. Yeah, and you go knight a2 here. Because you really don't want to allow knight c3 challenging the knight on d5. And the game went knight c3, bc3, c5, and white is obviously in like no trouble whatsoever here, and Grishuk's opponent, despite really not being in any trouble whatsoever, went, I think, almost immediately with dc5 and then c4, giving the pawn back straight away, and then had to actually work for a draw a little bit. But the game was eventually drawn. I even thought about that, and then like I thought, how do you get there, and just couldn't work it out. Very stupid.
Yeah. So basically, you play knight e5 not because it's good, but
because the other line is maybe supposedly a forced draw. I think the current understanding about this position after AB6 is that black just holds both here and also I assume I assume also in this line black just holds somehow. I'm not entirely sure how, but it's not very surprising that black is not much worse in a position like this, because
look, man, but why then people play this bishop before this silly check?
I think people have shifted away from it a little bit.
Bishop e7, it's kind of always has been solid, and nowadays I
also want to
pretty much forced
I want to
draw.
kind of float a different question as well, but I guess I can answer that one. If you don't want to play any of those lines, you can play queen a4, sort of hard stopping.
But then you don't have a4 then black simply plays a6,
but
b5,
then you're locked in
bishop e7, and those times when you were getting advantage with bishop d2 are gone. So nowadays everyone knows how to equalize.
And the point, exactly that if you play queen a4, you absolutely are locked into taking on c4 in this position. Whereas after queen c2 a6, which is obviously one of the absolute main lines here, you can and should probably play a4. Even though, like, I can kind of have fun with you here again, right? Like, it's this position is unavoidable.
Now wait a second. Maybe it's a little bit different because AB5 isn't forced.
No, okay. I stand
on knight g5, c6 takes on b5. I mean,
fair enough. Back to the game. So knight e5, c6, a4.
The Catalan is dead.
Well, not really. Like, the Catalan isn't.
How many times people claimed various openings to be dead just to discover that there is like some sideline which all of a sudden is full of life and becomes the main line. And
I mean, it's not deader than sort of extremely high level chess in general. And you do have to, like, even when you talk about this, you have to understand and make a disclaimer that it really, all of these like stupid conversations about the death of chess due to the drawing tendencies, they only really apply to like the stratosphere. Even sort of even one echelon below the very, very strongest round robins, the problem almost entirely disappears, as we've seen over the years, let's say in the case of White, where, the top 10 players play against the top 20 players and the decisive percentage just shoots way up and nobody complains, because even in a slightly mixed field like this, you already get far fewer issues with, the same openings being rehashed over and over again. And
slightly mixed field like this match, you mean?
That's harsh. That's harsh, But by that metric, I guess all the matches need to be specifically Carlsen Ferrugia for the rest of eternity, right? And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who would actually enjoy that, and currently I might even be one of them, but it's not the metric just yet. And CloudSat pointed out to me that Kramnik once played queen c2 a6 and then didn't play a4 against me in Linares, but that is basically because I decided not to play the Grunfeld against him because I was kind of worried he will have something. And he looked me in the eye and he realized I probably don't know anything about the Catalan anyway. So he played just some random Catalan and was completely winning by move 15. Which is what people do against me, and why wouldn't they? Knight e5 finally played, and Magnus instantly replies with knight c3.
Knight c3, yeah.
So, what are our options here? The pawn is actually hanging now, so you have to address it in some way.
That's a question if you care all that much
exactly.
about
but I
kind of defending the
I think you probably
pawn,
do.
so it might as well be bishop e7.
Here I'm less sure we're doing all that great, because we don't have, compared to those lines, the rooks don't come off, and the rook on a1 is far more active than the rook on a8.
Knight 6 is what I wanted to do, but it doesn't really work. No, the point was knight c6, so that if you take on c4, it's a6. but you can take on c6 and c4, and I don't see.
We're entering this kind of weird
see
territory where, these positions, it might somehow work out for black. It's not.
Yeah, strangely,
Yeah.
there is always some
Yeah,
kind of compensation.
it might
there.
actually be holdable for black with very, very precise defense, but why would you do this to yourself? I'm not sure you're forced to. You can play. What can you play though? I was going to say queen b6, but then a b5 is very strong. How do you even keep the pawn on b5? People are saying you look like a pilot and I look like your tech support, which is exactly what we were shooting for here. So let's just list the options.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah,
Knight
knight b4
doesn't make
exists,
all
but I
that
don't
much sense.
quite like it because it just makes the threat of a b5 next move much stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah, f6, people are suggesting f6, and f6 is, I mean, are there any Ben subs in this channel who can, spam the appropriate emote about that? The move exists, but I would really rather not play it.
On the other hand, it's very.
Maybe you have to, yeah. And people are saying that Sese is kind of playing
Sese
f6
said,
here.
yeah, Sese doesn't care about weaknesses.
Sese is just not subscribed to Ben Feingold. And that has to be corrected.
But what do I do after f6? Knight g4 is a little bit weird.
Yeah, we have to choose between knight g4 and knight f3 because I don't think any of these sacrifices work.
Nah.
I was briefly kind of curious because I calculated up to here and I thought this is maybe semi-playable, but obviously he takes d4 is just a gift. You can play, I don't know, knight c6. Apologies. And yeah, on the subject of me being allergic to cats, that little stunt we tried seems to have backfired. So yeah, ab5. ab5 doesn't seem to work. So you choose between knight f3 and knight g4, and the knight g4. Sometimes they put it on that square in Catalans to not be in front of the f-pawn, I think, is mainly the reasoning. But I don't quite understand why you would want that.
And the bishop as well. I mean, the point is maybe I'll add some pressure on d5 by playing knight e3.
Maybe later on, yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I think the way to describe it would be as long as this diagonal is completely open, it's actually kind of tricky to protect the pawn on b5. So if you play, I think we can go sort of from we can land on knight g4 by answering the question why not knight f3. After knight f3, maybe you can play something like queen b6. It looks a little bit scary, but at least it's an option that you can explore because after ab5 and cb5. There is no bishop takes d5 at the end of those trades.
There's knight g5 though, but that's a very sharp and probably good for black position.
Takes.
I mean, takes. Yeah, bishop e6, bishop e6. I thought, and then knight c6.
Yeah, it's a mess. I don't know if it's necessarily great for black. There's all kinds of shenanigans. Like I can play queen e4 here, maybe trying to attack everything.
Or knight d4.
Yeah, I was trying to calculate something like this. But we're obviously, we shouldn't really analyze this position too much on air because this is move 18 and they are currently on move 9-ish on the board. So yeah, we shouldn't really let ourselves get carried away. But yeah, f6 is a move you make either because you really have no other choices with black or because you know it's good. I think just playing f6 randomly is not easy. Like if you have any kind of a sensible choice which doesn't soften your king side, doesn't do this to your position, you probably don't want to do it. Why is before bad? This is a good question. Yeah. Why don't we just play before? I'm guessing knight e4 is the start of it, right? Yeah, and
Should
then
be, yeah.
can we try to develop pieces in some kind of a natural manner and try to push for c5 later? Like bishop a6, I probably have created an annoying idea of b3. I can also maybe try playing b3 straight away, but I think with the knights on such great squares, that line that we were discussing earlier is probably...
Yeah, this looks
Yeah.
takeable.
Now
yeah.
I think
And
white is
e1.
better, because the knights are a little bit too active, right? Because previously we had sort of the same position, but the knight was on b1, and there's going to be a major difference, obviously, between the knight being on b1.
There was also a funny idea, which probably doesn't work in this position, but just sometimes it works, to go queen b7, bishop f1, and just take on f1.
Yeah, once again using
And then it's extremely awkward for black to, not to lose
because knight
any
b6 runs
material.
into a5s, and
Yeah, you're supposed to play knight c7, but what's your
yeah,
next
exactly. Like
move?
you're completely stalemated and nothing. I mean, there is queen c8, so maybe it's not as dire as we're describing.
Yeah, I actually thought to keep the bishop on g2 maybe and to take with the king, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, and all the people in chat saying that Magnus seems to have sort of won the opening battle again are probably not incorrect, honestly. Because it looks like Magnus played a sideline-ish, which probably doesn't refute the bishop b7 Catalan, let's put it like this, but has surprised Jan to a degree. And he also is going to get a very sharp, disbalanced position, which I think he will quite enjoy.
20 minutes on the clock is already something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 20 minutes difference.
Absolutely, yeah.
At such an early stage. And, I mean, I'm not sure about the objective value of queen takes d4 move instead of c6. That's the one we were discussing, right? But my point is, like, since you didn't play queen d4, which, I mean, if it works, it's certainly the most critical move in the position, you won't play f6.
Well, you had options instead of queen takes d4. This is exactly what I was saying. You do make a move f6, like f6, without preparation if you just struggle to find anything else that works for you. And this actually maybe increases the likelihood of bishop b7 maybe in those types of weird positions where white is a pawn up, but black maybe has some compensation. Because it's easier to play. Like the position we were discussing after bishop b7, like a b5, c b5, knight b5, knight c6.
Yeah.
You are probably not equalizing, strictly speaking, but your play becomes very natural. Your play becomes very easy to understand for black. You want to be developing pieces. You want to be, attacking something with every move in as much as it's possible. And but the issue is you probably aren't equalizing, and it's a kind of a large issue, obviously. Like.
Queen
we were looking at
e6,
this,
right?
Yeah. And I was planning to play rook fca, but now I realized I can actually take with the bishop. It always, my mind always takes some time to process the fact that, for me, this is a minor capture,
Peter, could I take on c3?
Yeah, but I didn't want to allow bc. I was also thinking about that, knight c3, but I think I'm just taking like this.
Yeah.
But you have queen c6 in the end. Maybe this is just fine. Because you have queen c6 check in the end, and you do actually win the pawn back.
It's like equal pawns. Yeah, I'm probably.
Oh, no, this is just fine. Yeah, this is
probably
just fine.
Equalizing.
Yeah, there are some endgames like this where you're slightly worse, like after rook a6 followed by bishop b3 and rook fa1. But I assume this is holdable. Yeah, I don't know. I get maybe bishop d8 b6 in time and hold this way. So yeah, I think. From a purely human perspective, like if you suspect the correct move here is f6, but you don't know anything at all about the resulting positions, and they are playing a very, very slow time control, which means that, Jan can afford to tank for like half an hour here reasonably easily. He has played f6. Yeah, the thing is, like nothing else, everything else is a concession seemingly. Everything else is we're already discussing like returning the extra pawn. Yeah,
f6 played. F6 played.
So, yeah, we'll see. And already the immediate next question is very interesting to me. Where does the knight go? Because Magnus, we have to assume, actually knows what's happening here. Like, I'd be shocked if Magnus was also on his own. Yeah, knight f3 instantly.
Back to 3.
So we have the option of that queen b6, but your tactical solution with knight g5 actually did look very promising. So maybe not queen b6. What other options do we even have?
So now I might be able to go b4 and then bishop a6, right? Kind of protecting the pawn at least for some time.
Yeah.
But if I'm unable to protect it forever, I mean, to say the usual scenario, white wins back the c pawn and black gets c5. So now this f6 actually harms you a great deal, right?
Absolutely,
I mean, with a pawn on f7, that's typically when you equalize, and sometimes more than that.
The pawn on
But
f6,
with pawn on f6,
not so much, yeah. Not so much. And apparently Vishy suggested that Magnus always was aware that this is quite interesting for white. And when he himself played b5 against Ding, he was sort of bluffing and or kind of luring other people into playing b5 more. Which is, I mean, the luring part is probably very much tongue-in-cheek. And that's not me quoting Vishy, that's me kind of expanding on the idea that somebody quoted from Vishy. But it's very possible he knew this existed, because you don't always have to be afraid of facing, the most unpleasant of your own ideas when you play something from the opposite side. So what do we think about this? b3 is annoying.
yeah.
To such an extent that I'm actually kind of considering b2, b3 in this position, but probably not, right? I mean, knight c5 is the most obvious follow-up here, but I don't know how strong it is, because these positions, black is obviously extremely happy about having traded the bishop on e7 for this knight, and you have knight e7, you have even...
Kind of a tempo short. I think if you reply with bishop d6 to knight d7, then it's actually, that's an actual something.
Yeah, like if we could get this here, or if we were one tempo faster with the move knight d4 here, attacking like the entire structure, but this is a very satisfactory reply to it, so it doesn't really seem to work. So yeah, nice.
Bishop. Wait. Here at the very end, now bishop d5. You just
I think with the pawn, I'm kind of very content giving back the pawn on b4 and getting
the knight on b4
getting
is
this
weird.
position, which seems like it might just be better for black, because now it's the white king that is more sort of bereft of defenders. Knight c5 doesn't really seem right to me, but I don't know what does. Are we sure it's actually knight e4? Are there any smarter squares?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I started to think, because strangely, could it be knight d1 in order to go to e3? Yeah.
Do we include e4 anywhere? I mean, if we go knight e3, I just like my problem is I really dislike these types of positions, because we have to but now we have queen e4. This is the big advantage.
Or
this is the big
e6.
advantage.
Brilliant.
Because we have preserved the e4 square for the queen here, compared to the positions where we went knight e4 with the...
Yeah. So you mean the advantage of one move over the other, not white's big advantage, because we have no clue what's the evaluation of this is, right?
Yeah.
So b3, queen e4, and black, I don't know, protects e6.
Queen d7 or something, yeah.
Yeah. c8, d7, something.
We have bishop h3, but black will not be so unhappy about having to play f5 here, I think. And the queen is sort of running out of squares. It might have to go all the way back to b1, which is, nobody's idea of fun. Yeah, very, very unclear, yeah. And... And it seems like this is what, since it's difficult to completely ignore chat when chat starts telling you things, this apparently is the first line of the engine. And the engine actually does play knight c5 here even, which is... I'm not surprised about before bishop a6. I am slightly surprised about knight c5.
You know what? Maybe just e4. I mean, knight c5 takes the knight, pawn takes, knight d7. Maybe e4
Yeah.
and bishop e3, and just pretend that you have a
How
compensation.
stupid is this?
I thought of it briefly, but there is, there is a but.
Yeah, they're not running
I
very
don't-
fast. And once again, the pawn on f6.
They're not running very fast, but you have 8 pawns on the other
Yeah,
hand.
it's a nice structure. It's very pleasing to look at, but
yeah, maybe that's already a problem.
yeah, I don't know where the knight even goes yet, because like if it goes on to d3, it sort of gets in the way of our own progress. Like 94 might be annoying. I don't know. It's not unplayable. I mean, in a blitz game, you would say that this is definitely playable, but it's probably not best business practices for black.
Yeah, it's like e5. I mean, probably we should continue the line because some people might be a bit confused. Like at the very
the
end
reason
of
why I
your
went
line,
94,
like
94 is of course
knight
this
c6.
tactic.
Yeah, because I thought knight e6, you might still pretend that even the rook can be compensated with those 3 pawns, but probably not.
Yeah, choosing
Probably
between
not.
this, I mean, for white, we'll get back to the game because Jan made a very awkward-looking move instead of all of this. But just to point out that this kind of a position with the rook for 3 pawns, and this kind of a position where we instead went knight c6 and bishop takes d5, I always take this one because by breaking up this pawn chain, you just win so much more comfortably than you ever do with an extra rook. And Jan went with queen d7,
which does a good job of protecting the b5.
Yeah, it also probably does a good job of sort of avoiding the absolute main lines of your opponent preparation, which does factor into the calculations there. But yeah, it's an awkward move. I'm not sure I'm in love with it.
And you specifically need queen d7 because for a moment I thought queen e8 could reach the same and have an upside of going to h5, but the same thing works. A takes b, knight takes knight, knight g5, bishop d5, all the nonsense.
Yeah.
No, I mean, A takes, pawn takes, knight d5, knight g5, and the same trick.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of have to put it on d7 because relinquishing control over the d5 square at any point here is very much playing with fire. I'm not sure exactly why I dislike it, but I kind of do dislike it. So far, I haven't really settled on anything for white that appears to be clear at all.
Yeah.
You can play. I'm guessing you can play b3 here if you want, but it's not an attempt to kind of immediately get a large advantage. It's playable. I don't think it's a stupid idea, but maybe no, it's not. The issue here is, of course, you don't want to allow b4 followed by c3. So if b4, we obviously take on d5, and for a second there I was worried I blundered c takes b3 as an intermediary move, but there is this little check, and only then we take on b3. So black takes with, let's say, the pawn, we take on c4, and once again we come back to what Miro was saying a moment ago. With the pawn on f7, this is maybe a very playable position for black. With the pawn on f6, I don't like it very much. It's still sort of playable.
Sure, to be honest, or bishop b7.
Yeah, knight c6 or bishop b7.
Am I that unhappy about c5 would be my question.
I think c5 we're sort of okay with, right? We just play 5, knight c6, bishop a6.
Just block everything.
It's not that horrible.
So maybe it's playable then.
Yeah, maybe it is. But let's take a look at white's options first. Can you play e4? Of course you can play e4. Black probably goes knight b4 because the d3 square is quite nice. And also, I don't think there's really any other sensible choice. Like this position, I genuinely hate for black.
These are always bad. I mean that's like you never play f6 specifically because of that reason.
Like even with the pawn on f7, this would have been very dangerous, and with the pawn on f6, with your pieces on the queen side just completely undeveloped, even if you're not kind of getting blown apart straight away, this is extremely, extremely dangerous long term. You really don't want to be playing positions like this if you have a choice. So you go knight b4, white probably plays queen e2. You go... I don't know, do you play the immediate knight d3 or not? Maybe you play something like bishop b7 just to make sure the long diagonal is sort of under control. And these types of positions very often they become a kind of a slow burning build up. Like I can go h4, h5 here. For instance.
Slow burning build up, or other option, you just close your eyes and play d5.
Yeah, or that. And like with respect to d5, this might also be a very useful move. In particular, after bishop b7.
I mean, d5 is an idea, let's say. Yeah, so it might start with rook d1, it might start with this or that, but breaking with d5. Interesting. Like strongest point in black's position. Sometimes even after bishop b7, and still you go d5, and somehow it works magically.
Yeah, there's many a time when you can try this in Catalans, and also there are some like anti-Moscows where you get the same motif where black seemingly like controls it with like 4 pieces and 2 pawns, and white still goes d5 and says yo move, and somehow yo move is not that easy to make. So yeah, this is of the sort of non-forcing options white has here. I quite like the
that's
symbol e4 here.
Viable option, yeah. e4, queen e2. So if black goes knight d3 in this line,
let me locate my place in the...
Do we actually care about the bishop's pair? Do we play bishop e3 or...
Not sure. We're definitely even more tempted here to start breaking things open in the center, I think, because black is continuing to play basically with the one move. I mean, with the one piece without really developing anything else, but I don't know exactly how that works. Bishop b3, b4 looks dangerous. Well, I mean, it's an improvement for black because you do get to perhaps make some proactive moves after all, and knight on c3 has to go backwards. Even this position is unclear in my eyes, but it's definitely an improvement. So yeah, maybe knight d3 specifically because it allows us to maybe, pretend to ourselves that we have a threat. So how do sort of immediate attempts to do something work? Like what if I do this here? I don't know if I want to include AB and CB. There's definitely some advantages to it, but there's also some drawbacks because the threat of d5 maybe becomes a bit stronger, but we are allowing bishop b7 and knight c6 in particular.
I believe we are about to find out.
e4 played,
e4 was just played.
Really expecting a very, very quick knight b4.
The likelihood of knight b4 is...
Not just knight b4 played, but knight b4 played quickly is my expectation, because Jan, I mean, he's not in trouble on the clock yet, but he doesn't really want to, check and recheck every single seemingly correct decision. Because, this game does look like, it will require a lot of precision for him.
Knight to c7 is suggested.
But why would you?
It's kind of the knight.
You have to ask yourself, if you have other options, like, why would you do this to yourself? Yes, it's maybe not unplayable, but I just don't see how that is in any way better than knight b4, knight d3. Steve Giddens says that Geary on the other channel also said that he would have played queen d7 because you just want to, I assume you want to avoid like the main lines of your opponent's preparation, despite what the machine says regarding before bishop a6.
So if Geary says he would have played it, does it make it a good move? I'm wondering. I mean, I'm new to this modern chess commentary. I mean, shall we agree with Geary? Not really, without a shade of any doubt?
No, we just...
What? I mean, I know he's a popular person nowadays, but... I still have my opinion. Queen d7 doesn't look good.
I don't think his argument is that it's a great move. It's just a practical decision to avoid what you by this point assume is very, very detailed preparation in the main lines.
Yeah, fair point. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How frustrated are you as Nepo here, knowing that your opponent is still in prep? You're kind of feeling troubled when you stumble into something like this, where we've all been in this situation where your opponent out prepares you on the day, but sometimes it happens in some kind of a safe endgame-ish position, or I don't know, a middle game with like locked pawn structures, and you can see that your opponent has an improvement and maybe you will not entirely equalize, but the price of the move is not that high, and generally you know that you will be able to survive until move 30, and maybe your position will not be ideal, but there's still going to be a game on. When you get surprised in a line like this, that mistakes might just end the game here.
I would describe this one as perhaps the most kind of the horrendous scenario of being surprised, because obviously, like being surprised in a Carlsbad structure, okay, who cares? Being surprised in a very sharp like poison pawn variation, it sucks, but at the same time you do know there is a solution, or at least you kind of a believer there is a solution, and you pretty much can try to calculate it. While here, I mean, it's a set of rugged pawn structures. You really don't know where you stand, and you have to pick, and you know that your opponent knows the answer, so that makes it practically unsolvable.
I agree with you here that this kind of falls in the middle, where it's still extremely dangerous for you, but also there might not be a forcing solution that just exists that you can calculate your way out of the game by finding like a series of, I don't know, 5 or 6 best moves in a row. And in a way, this is more dangerous than a line where you do have to find a number of only moves in a row to make a draw, because at the level these guys are playing at, you do, or at least you're supposed to kind of back yourself to find a number of only moves if they exist. Whereas here, you just need to pilot a very difficult position where one mistake maybe isn't fatal, but it will definitely worsen your chances to get out of this alive.
Yeah, so Jan is still thinking while I struggle to name a single alternative. Knight to c7. We've agreed doesn't look great. Knight b6, a5 perhaps is the end of the line.
That pretty much ends the game.
I mean, more or less.
I genuinely don't think any other move makes any sense.
Is he really? I mean, knight c3. How bad is knight c3? I mean, our general knowledge says knight c3 is bad, but maybe it's just as bad as yesterday's bishop f4 was good.
No, I don't know. And since we, every time we start, framing the conversation in this way, people do point engine evaluations at us, and apparently knight c7 is not all that bad. I'm guessing specifically with this idea of knight ba6. And then this knight goes to b4, and this knight maybe does a good job of preserving some cohesion in your position and preserving your structure safe. It's not an easy move to settle on, though. It looks, I don't know, to my eyes it just looks wrong. It looks like you're provoking something that you probably will not like very much. Even something like e4, e5, ugly as it may look at first glance, I'd be a bit worried here with black. Maybe you can just play f5 though, I don't know. f5 or 95 back. But it does seem like you're just sort of taking a backward step here and letting white choose how he will proceed opening up with the opening up of the position.
I can see in Twitch chat someone did the math on the rating preservation for Magnus. So if he wins 8-6, he loses 4 rating points. And let me tell you, he wasn't ever that happy as he would be if he will lose this 4 rating points specifically.
I don't
manner.
think he cares one bit if he wins the match convincingly. And also, I was going to say, and at some point I remember I floated this idea, but I floated it in a group of kind of younger people who are very used to the way things are right now, but aren't really, haven't played chess when I probably weren't even born when I started playing competitive chess, and there definitely used to be a rule that you cannot lose rating if you win a tournament. I think they revoked it. I think you can actually lose rating now if you win a tournament, but that used to be a rule, and I think for a world championship match, it's not even entirely unreasonable. Because
I mean, it sounds silly. You've proven that you are the strongest in the world, and you've lost rating,
and you get penalized for it. Yeah, it seems a bit weird, but I mean, I'd be completely okay with that rule still being in force for specifically the World Championship matches, but I don't think it is anymore. And it's also fine. Like, math is math, and sticking with the same rules for everything is also, it's never a bad idea. Consistency is what you want, but yeah, it would have made a certain amount of sense.
Okay, so half an hour difference on the clock, and night before it's on the board.
Night before played, Queen E2 is an instantaneous reply.
Nick made the point that Queen B1 preparing B3 might be an alternative.
Yeah, but I think you want the Queen sort of more centrally placed. It's not an unreasonable point at all, because I think you kind of do want to be playing B3. But specifically, I think because Black very likely will play 93 regardless of where the Queen goes, and then B3 is almost always
B3.
Yeah, B3 I will take on C1 and play B4, right? This is.
Wait a second. I mean, I can try to
you can try to be clever, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very common thing in the Catalan. Yeah, and I mean, now if I'm.
And now we play C5 and we claim we claim that
wait
we're
a second.
very clever.
Does it make me crazy if I want to go knight B5 in that position? Probably
or knight B5.
Does.
Yeah, I was going with a similar idea of just painting.
No, but seriously, I can go knight D1. It doesn't look all that appealing.
Knight D4 ends the game, unfortunately. You can't actually retreat here. This is the issue. If the knight goes to some kind of a normal square, Black just wins on the spot by getting out with their.
I can tell you why I was looking for the way to trap this knight, because it is a common motif with the Queen on C2. And then sometimes you can even move the knight away and then make sure that C1 knight is still trapped.
Here.
But not here.
And anyway, Queen B1 I think is slightly artificial. You don't particularly want to do it. And Queen E2 played, and knight D3 also played. Yeah.
So here we were not certain really what the next move is for white.
Yeah, we haven't really settled on an opinion. Just yet. Like, you do have to kind of ask yourself if D5 maybe works, but my biggest issue with D5 straight away is that I'm not sure what the answer to B5 before is. Bishop H3, I think I will find a way to deal with it. Something like Queen somewhere, I don't know. Because the knight on C3 is hanging, I can maybe even play something like Queen D8, just to make sure the Queen cannot be attacked by any additional tempi. Because normally you want to play something like Queen D6 here, but then white maybe goes E5 and then knight E4 and pretends that all of this is a genius sacrificial attack. But Queen D8 rules all of that out. And then we will start collecting, if the knight actually goes away. So we mentioned
exchange first and D5 kind of makes
the issue with that for me is I think Black just instantly goes E6, E5 here, closes everything down, and feels much safer about things. Unless B3 wins,
Does he? Yeah, the b3 structurally exactly what you want to do.
So like knight c1, rook c1, d5, d4. Once again, like if the black queen side collapses here, black is obviously like borderline lost. So you do want to play before
Knight a4, yeah, c3, knight b6, black takes.
Yeah, this is a kind of a weird position. I don't know.
As unclear as ever, right? Queen b7 or bishop
Probably
b7,
bishop.
I don't know. Bishop b7, rook a7 is sort of annoying because you don't have the comfortable way to unpin, so it might as well be queen to b7.
I didn't like rook ca1.
Rook a1.
Otherwise the queen would have already been on b7, but I don't like rook ca1. And the usual disclaimer applies here. We are running far ahead of the game here, and none of this is forced. But we're just sort of exploring.
Yeah.
But yeah, ABCB d5 definitely a very sensible way to proceed here, creating a very strong threat of knight d4 more than anything else, really. And this is why I was so convinced you have to play e5 with black, because you do want to limit all of these light pieces.
And perhaps the other point is that after b4, I mean, I'm not sure what you're doing, because knight a4 is an option also. Yeah, take on e6, go knight
this looks
d5,
kind of crushing.
I
think it will turn out to be very bad for black, yeah. Because of just the difference in development.
The sheer amount of white pieces kind of joining, knight to d4 and the bishop on the diagonal and everything.
Yeah, like knight d4, 5, and eventual b3 might happen, and sort of more importantly, we still have only one pawn for it. You know, the same position without the pawn on b2, you would feel a lot better about life with black. But with only one extra pawn here, it feels like you're on very, very thin ice.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick is saying that in the line we were talking about earlier, in this position, c takes b3 is quite strong. Maybe, yeah. I thought we can just take on b5, but I assume bishop a6 is actually very annoying, because there's b3, b2 in the end. After, let's say, bishop f1, black can just trade everything and go b2. And that's a full rook, so the fact that black is sort of strategically lost is somewhat irrelevant when you're up a rook. Yeah, cb3 is a very valid alternative. I'm still not sure how poorly white is doing here. I suspect it's...
Yeah, like after queen b2,
like,
queen b3, I wouldn't be entirely convinced that my position is that bad.
But I guess black can sort of stabilize here somehow. Not entirely sure how, though. Because I would like to make 3 moves in a row here. Like, I would like to play a6, queen takes b3, and in this position I would like to play both bishop d6 and bishop b7. But they will probably not allow me to do that. Because if you play bishop b7, you kind of run into this.
That's
and if you play bishop d6,
otherwise knight b5. And strangely, even if you've managed to do both, I mean, it's not like white's still out of the game, yeah? I mean, some bishop h3 stuff, h5, knight h4. Maybe there was a better move than h4, so that knight h4 would be played. Yeah, so those are known to be long-lasting compensation for white. I mean, when you start kind of rolling your queenside pawns, that's the moment I regret sacrificing. I mean, when the pawns are all, say, b4, a4, not before that.
Yeah. There's a question in chat about the great game of pot limit Omaha, but I don't know if we are. The position still seems kind of interesting, so, giving me options to go on completely...
tell me all about yourself, Peter Svidler.
Yeah, completely unrelated rants. It's maybe a little bit too early in the stream, but I think people prefer PLO specifically because they are, degenerate gamblers and like games where there's more action.
That's familiar to me from somewhat different, different, universe of losing tons of money.
I think that the explanation really is not even very difficult. It's just currently very clearly the game that offers you the most action. PLO is simply a better game. Yeah, like, I mean, 4 cards are better than 2. I mean, enough said. Like, I mean, what is there to discuss? You know, you can get 4 cards or 2. Why would you want to get 2? Raspielo. Yeah, I'm sure. This is. I want to say, Phil Hellmuth, please log back in. But yeah, let's. I mean, I probably should stop on this. So.
Have you tried MTG Arena, Peter? That's the question.
I played MTG for about 2 days, and yeah, I told that very, very sad and unsatisfying story on stream more than once. Yeah, how the client cheated me out of some packs, I think, and I became so upset with the client that I basically never opened it again. Anyway,
Levitov Poker one day, yeah.
Surprisingly, that's a thing that sort of not the website, but the idea is not unheard of. But I don't know. I don't know if the room is forthcoming.
And then Levitov Crypto educational channel. that'd be awesome.
In some distant future, yeah. So currently, we're still not convinced regarding the best way to proceed here for white. And Magnus also seemingly not entirely sure, because he's been thinking, not for very long, he's been thinking maybe for about 10 minutes now, but...
Yeah, but that's a little bit more that you would expect him to think if he knows the answer.
Yeah,
right?
I think, and you know, this can also backfire sometimes in rare cases, but there's definitely been cases when this backfired. But if you're still in prep and your opponent quite clearly isn't, and you actually have a promising new idea where your opponent is under a lot of pressure, it definitely makes sense to play as quickly as possible, just to not release that pressure and not give your opponent the time to breathe and to, you know, calm himself down and perhaps start thinking that you're finally playing on level terms in terms of preparation. So if Magnus actually remembers what the best move in this position is, I would expect him to just blitz it out. So, yeah. I assume he is somewhat out of book. So apart from all the lines which include the move d4, d5, what else can we even try? I mean, bishop h3 I did mention, but I don't think it's great here. Maybe we can spend like 30 seconds looking at it properly in this setup, because I think it's slightly better equipped to deal with the idea of b5, b4, because now after d5, depending on where the queen goes, of course, I do...
But maybe I just go knight d5 now.
Oh, that I missed that.
Because knight b6
I think
still,
here I probably play bishop b7. The funny thing is, this is still not hanging. So we can make some kind of a move like b3 if we want, or some sort of a waiting move here. I just don't know if we have a strong waiting move, because b3, black will obviously quite happily establish this protected pass. Queen takes c4 again.
If you'd swap on e7, you'd be able to take maybe on c4. Without.
No, he takes d5. He takes
pawn
d5.
takes. Yeah. I'm bothered with pawn takes.
So knight c1, we go knight e7, queen e7, and queen c4. But hang on. Before we can take on e6 and then think. Yeah. It's a very messy position. Once again, I feel like we're very much running away with a absolutely non-forced line, which we somehow got to move 20 already. And my original point was to play d5, and I was advocating for queen d8 when these pawns were still on the board. But without them, maybe knight b5 is okay.
Yeah, but by the same token, maybe you kind of easier go into b7 now that there is no pawn.
Queen b7 here makes...
It's kind of with pawn on c6, it felt meh.
Yeah, feels much more natural here, and the knight really has no good squares to jump to.
Yeah, it's that simple. The knight's attacked, and then you take on d5, you swap the bishops. I think black should be doing okay.
It already kind of feels that, you know, if white wants to play like this, they probably want to do something like this, but it feels very speculative. Like, I think describing it as speculative is a generous term. It's probably just incorrect, honestly. Not really in love with the bishop h3 lines so far. They don't seem to be very convincing to me.
AB knight d2 is
Yeah, I don't know.
is something our chat recommends.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if
I don't know
it's
why we've done
if
this,
it's any
because
good.
the bishop on b7 now, without the pawns on a4 and c6, the bishop on b7 is a much happier piece with the long diagonal much more open for it. Eventually, the
Yeah.
d4 pawn might start
I mean-
hanging, also knight c6, knight takes d4, maybe even the immediate knight c6 is not unplayable, but I like bishop b7.
Yeah, kind of knight d2. It's not clear where this knight is going, right? I mean, if black would have had played b4 already, and say you've moved the knight from c3, then knight d2 makes much more sense, right?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
there's always, a temptation to treat every single suggestion we get in chat as something a machine suggested somewhere. I know it's a bit unfair, but that's how it feels very often. But this particular
Okay.
suggestion doesn't
So
really
what
feel
happens? What happens if I have no idea about how to play chess and I play bishop e3?
Yeah, we were worried about b4, I think.
Yeah, and then what?
I think our biggest worry was this move.
Yeah, no, I thought like let's play it slow. Let's go to b1, but bishop a6
Yeah,
is annoying.
it feels like we kind of.
And then it feels like I'm running into some stuff like connected with c3 or.
And black is almost ready to play c5, knight c6, I think. And I might actually be doing this on the next move if white does something. Like after queen c2, I'd be very interested in playing c5 here and following it up with knight c6 if I can. There's also b3 instead of c5 here. So yeah, this feels kind of slow. You want to be more energetic.
There is a suggestion to go e5. If we were doing it after knight c7, okay, it's kind of less attractive in terms of our queen not hitting h7, but at the same time there is no knight to jump to d5, and e5 was played.
Yeah, e5 played, and very timely suggestion. And I was suggesting knight e5 even with knight on c7, and I think with the knight on d3 it makes even more sense because there is no light piece black can immediately interpose on the d5 square. And it seems like this is the move that the engines like. So Magnus still... I think he took it... Although now the clocks have reset and it says an hour and 43 seconds. Let me actually check. Because I'm not sure how correct our clocks are in the viewer.
It's 112 for Jan and 128 for Magnus.
I should probably
That's
have
what I see.
this open just for the timings. Yeah, Magnus did spend 15 minutes on this move, so I think once we reach like 15-minute levels, you really start thinking that this must be a new position for him, because I think you don't spend 15 minutes on a move you're sure is in your file. So, what are the options for Jan here?
Honestly, I want to play b4.
Yeah, the first question is, how do we reply to b4?
The reason for that is not that I have the follow-up, but I'm scared of white capturing on b5 and going d5 and just getting wrecked.
I can see that, but this is sort of specifically why we play d5 with white, right? This is to have the square for the knight. There was.
Okay, let me kind of fall into your trap. Let's go f5.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why this is bad, but
and knight d2, bishop
I'm
a6.
definitely
and it
not
seems
going
like
back. I'm just choosing between
squares.
but
what I wanted to say, like you go knight d2, bishop a6, and like if you have a slightest ability to add something to attack c4 one more time, I'm just falling apart.
But I don't see it yet, and this is very unclear, but I'm pretty sure we're not going backwards here at all. I'm choosing between like knight d6, knight c5, knight g5 to a lesser degree, but even that I can sort of explain. But I think it's probably forward.
D6.
Yeah, let's go knight d6 here.
Okay. Perhaps
Bishop a6 anyway, actually.
I mean, bishop a6 anyway, but I'm asking myself, probably there is a reason not to allow some knight e5.
Yeah, but let's actually,
I mean,
I am sacrificing pawns, left, right, and center every move, and we never even discuss why you cannot take. And I suspect you actually can take here. Why is this bad?
Yeah. It's not.
I was kind of planning to play something like knight e5, but once again, bishop a6 exists, and even queen takes d4 exists, continuing to just say, I will take every single pawn you give me, sir. Because I would like to have some sort of a, backup for the eventual endgames. And also, seemingly the only way to continue here for white is to start trading pieces while also developing the black pieces. Yeah, knight e5 just doesn't feel right. If I don't play knight e5...
Knight c4, queen c4...
I couldn't really make it work.
I mean, there is bishop a6. No, that's nonsense.
Bishop a6, and there's also, even if you win it back and black develops something in the meantime, even those positions aren't very clear. But mainly, I don't even have to give you...
mainly, I don't win the knight
b3,
back.
Queen b3, continuing just taking everything while keeping the two things which are relevant under control.
Yeah.
So, how did we get here? Hang on a second. We may have been... I think I know where we may have gone wrong very, very early on. I think the point is we probably go EF here.
So you take first to avoid any F5 nonsense. Yeah,
I wait for you to recapture with something. I'm not even sure what you might want to recapture with here.
Okay, so if we've started with accepting the sacrifice, it's a bishop takes, knight e4, and take on d4.
Yeah, this looks like it should somehow be punishable.
Okay, I feel like I have to address a specific question in the YouTube chat. Can they please analyze the current position, not some fantasy lines? The short and, all-round answer is no. Okay, that's it.
We covered that. Let's move on. Yeah, this feels like it shouldn't work, but I haven't been able to refute that yet. My initial impression was that I will just take on d4 because that is an important bishop that I want off the board. Play bishop b3, and if you take on b2, I want to play something like
queen
h5, knight g5, and kind of give mate. But I'm not sure this is mate, and also I'm not sure queen takes b2 is required. You can play something like queen e5 here. Although, why am I advising white to play f4? I'm not entirely sure.
f4?
Yeah. No, this is very dangerous for black. And I think we are also correct that this is what Magnus is intending after b4, because I think opening more files on the king side makes a ton of sense. So let's just go back here and name some other options for black apart from b4. Immediate f5. Shockingly, I'm not sure how it loses, but it looks like it should lose, right?
Takes b5, go d5.
Yeah, and Jan played bishop b7. Yeah, that was the next option. Yeah, takes b5 should be close to winning here, I guess. Yeah, d5, knight d4 or something. And you kind of expect this position to start falling apart for black.
Yeah, strangely, I wasn't even looking at d5, kind of knowing something bad is going to happen.
And Jan played bishop b7 immediately. Which is also a sensible move, of course. Developing something, taking the long diagonal somewhat under control. I still like EF. I still feel like including EF is never going to be a bad idea in this position. Because I think it's very awkward for black to choose what to recapture with. If you take with the pawn, you give us a very important tempo for bishop h6. Everything suddenly starts looking...
Yeah...
We're entering the territory of, kind of story time with Peter about those famous Nessus correspondence games, right? Nessus Bloch and Nessus versus Bowie and all of them. That's a very, very niche reference, and I would actually tell those stories if I could be absolutely sure I will remember them correctly, but... there is a punchline there which I think many people will appreciate. Many of you will know Dmitry Komarov as a commentator, and many people's actual favorite commentator. I still see, Komarov fan club on Twitter every now and again. But he used to be sort of part of that group of people, around. I need to start slightly early. In the old Soviet Union, while we're discussing this position, but basically this position is bad for black. I'm pretty sure. I don't know why, but I'm kind of very certain it's bad for black. So we're probably not taking with the pawn. We're taking with the bishop, I assume. But this position also doesn't really look very good. Knight e4 looks very dangerous. The immediate knight e5 doesn't look stupid at all, but I think knight e4 is probably stronger. So in the old Soviet Union, people were, one of the kind of a systems of competing was, how would you translate, скажем, трудовые резервы, это что было такое? Yeah, basically there was a competition between, I think they were basically trade unions. And one of those trade unions, the chess club for that trade union, included a lot of very strong players, including Khalifman, I think, Yipishin, Komarov, and others. And a man called Gennady Nesis, who is a very interesting character and a bit of a cult character in the St. Petersburg chess circles. He was in charge of it for, like, the St. Petersburg part of that sports union was run by him. And he is also a very strong correspondence player, and was, I think, at some point a world champion in correspondence chess before engines. And obviously obviously I'm entering slightly dangerous ground here, but correspondence chess in the days before engines was basically played by collectives, or at least in many cases it was played by collectives. And in Nesis's case, he had access to this extremely, rich pool of talent. And without going into too many details, because I can see us losing, viewers with every minute. Basically, I think Komarov at some point was giving an interview after a successful tournament that he played in. And he was for some reason asked about Alexander Khalifman's best game. To which he instantly and without a second thought said, Nesis Bloch. And after that, Nesis did not talk to him for about a year. But those games were all Catalans. And they all look kind of similar to this, and they were all won by white. So there is sort of a point to this story, and I'm going to only apologize for it once instead of like 5 times I would normally do. So what do we think about this? Like knight e5, my problem is bishop takes e5, d, and then some sort of b4 and c5 advance. But even that looks...
I don't like the fact that the knight is still on d3.
Yeah.
So if I'd be looking for some strategic idea, I would try to get rid of this knight. And
Exactly,
maybe knight e4, some
knight
knight
c5.
5.
Because if you imagine these two knights coming off the board, black will have this group of pieces doing absolutely nothing, and white will just overwhelm them in the center. I assume you have to start by playing knight a6 here, just to have the option of taking on c5 with something else, just not the knight on d3.
Okay, the other thing, Peter, we could show some flexibility, and the bishop is great on a long diagonal, but maybe include bishop h3 beforehand.
Yeah, so EF, bishop
Because
f6.
black, strangely enough, it's kind of, you have to
I
play
think you
rook
have to
e8
play
or
rook e8.
something.
Yeah, you could also just kind of ignore it and give it to white altogether.
Give it away.
Yeah, and maybe queen e8, and claim that by giving it away, you have sort of freed yourself from the burden of trying to defend it for the rest of the eternity. And yeah, maybe, but once again, the issue is white is not obliged to take it right away. Yeah, you can go knight e4, and then like knight g5, queen h5 ideas will start coming in. I don't like this for black. I have a feeling that there's going to be very many strong options for white. And the more I talk about these positions, the more I think ef6 is the way to go. And then we have to ask ourselves, we have to ask ourselves, if Magnus hasn't played the f6 yet, what are the other options that he is considering?
Yeah. Maybe just go back a little. And instead of bishop b7, there was a fair point I think Nick made in a Twitch chat, so that we were looking at f5, and we've declared that f5 loses to capture on b5 and d5. But if you play bishop b7, that's what he said, black might be okay. No, before recapturing.
A b bishop b7.
b5, and then play bishop b7. I mean, I'm not sure, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think in particular, considering how dangerous c takes b5, d5 is, maybe you can play bishop b7. And if white continues developing your pieces for you by playing b6, knight c6, you're probably not unhappy at all.
Yeah, because now d5 no longer looks that devastating. I mean, d5 I'll just check.
Yeah, because we are now controlling a lot more squares and we have a lot more pieces out and in play by this point. Yeah, this doesn't look very clear at all.
Mm-hmm.
It is a good point, but it is now, I guess, somewhat immaterial because f5 hasn't been played, and I'm pretty sure bishop b7 will not be replied to with a takes b5, which would allow us to, transpose by weirdly playing f5 in reply. So ef6 is one option. I'm guessing knight e4. Like knight e4 is always going to be a move you can at least consider in positions like this. I just don't know if it's concrete enough. Playing bishop h3 before you took on f6 really doesn't make any sense to me at all, because why would you allow the closing of the center like this? So what is he thinking about?
That's kind of somewhat random rook d1. I mean, I don't know what.
Yeah, this is the issue. Like it's a kind of normal looking move, but why are we making it? There's also b3, which is like a constant theme in positions like this, but you have to have a reply to knight c1 and b4. This is the biggest issue, because you're still going to have long-term positional compensation, even in a position like this, but black is almost never unhappy about having a protected passer on the queen side.
Yeah, because it gives you a lot of room to kind of sacrifice the material of your own. I mean, sometimes you lose the exchange, and you don't really lose the exchange because you have a passed pawn on c2.
And there's been more than one question regarding the absence of Kramnik, which was semi-announced on my Twitter. Vladimir is currently in the Russian studio, commenting on the game in Russian, and he might join us later today, but I assume he's also enjoying greatly a very, very lively position that we got here by move 14. So we're not going to drag him away from the Russian studio for now, but there is some hope that he might join us for the...
Yeah, there is some hope, guys, that you can get rid of me.
I am now very sad.
c4, knight c5, good for white. I didn't quite
That's probably
get it.
in this line, right? b3 takes, and probably c3, knight c5. Yeah, it does look very decent for white.
3 knights
with the ideas of like rook d1, rook d6, and queen c4 and knight d4. Yeah, this is the issue with this structure is that.
But that's once again, it's very messy, because here, like, are you sure that queen d5 loses? Because if it doesn't, it probably wins.
It might be neither, right? But some position like this is like extremely dangerous for black.
Maybe you take f6 in fact.
Yeah,
maybe
f6
you just take
is even
f6
stronger. Maybe
knight d4. Yeah. It probably does.
And in the meantime, Magnus did take ef, as we were sort of expecting all this while. And Jan spends absolutely no time at all on the bishop takes f6 decision, because really nothing else made much sense at all. Allowing bishop h6 looked kind of wrong, and rook f6 just doesn't make any sense, giving white more tempi to play knight e4 or knight e5. So what do we do here? So far we've looked at knight e4 a little bit, we've discussed knight e5 a little bit. Do we have any other sensible options? I mean, there's bishop e3, I guess, but it feels like you're giving black a tempo.
Bishop g5 for whatever reason.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, it's hard to name what exactly do I want after bishop g5. I'm not sure that I want to take on f6 already.
Yeah, I think black very happily, spends this tempo on just developing a piece somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not much.
Yeah, I don't see an immediate follow-up. I was kind of briefly interested in something like AB, CB, and maybe knight takes B5, but there's so many reasons why this probably doesn't work.
Yeah, I've considered and couldn't really make it
any
work,
line.
yeah.
Even the simplest, just taking the knight and going to H8. I just don't see any follow-up.
Yeah.
And Black definitely, like, if you give Black a move here, the next move is almost certainly knight B8, A6, because
Knight
you want to
A6,
bring the
yeah.
rook to E8. You want to have more pieces controlling the C5 square so that this plan is not that dangerous.
Mm-hmm. So it's either horsey move or bishop H3. Okay, bishop H3.
We have considered bishop H3 a little bit. Yeah, rook E8 is kind of meh, but maybe playable. And as we mentioned, maybe you can just ignore the fact that the pawn is hanging and just sort of lure the bishop to E6 where it might be a little bit poorly placed. Very, very exciting position, I have to say.
Yeah, it's even better than Rogozin that we were promised.
It's very difficult to understand, but very exciting to talk about because there are so many options for either side on every move.
B3.
Yeah, B3 exists
B3.
here as well.
People
yeah.
keep asking about B3.
B3 also exists, and in a way, maybe it's even stronger here because knight E4, knight C5 without the bishop on E7 will be. And yeah, that story that people are still deciphering about the correspondence games. Yeah, the society that they were all playing for would literally be translated as labor reserves, but what that society is, I suspect, is a trade union of some sort, but I'm not entirely sure. It's been a while since I had to, explain the Soviet nomenclature to English-speaking viewers. It's always a challenging time. Maybe not a trade union. B3, do we have to react? But if we don't react, our position just kind of looks bad. Like if we just do nothing. The pawn on C4 isn't getting picked up immediately, but it will get picked up eventually, I guess, right?
It's kind of no pressure on white. Yeah, before that, at least you can kind of brag about your nice-looking, threatening queenside structure. Now white just says, what, pawn down, who cares? Bishop E3, bishop A3, sometimes, rook B1.
No,
yeah,
but the thing is, like, if we try to react in the usual way, that might actually be kind of losing here. This looks bad.
Yeah,
you're not immediately dead here, but it looks like it shouldn't be the way to go. Like even
what's your next
like
move,
something like
though?
rook E1 here, queen C4 followed by rook E1. It feels like this position will fall apart, and your proud protected passer on C3 will not be able to.
May I play one positional move instead of rook E1? Can I go A5 to make sure that I'll play queen C4 and collect B4
I like
and
this.
everything? Okay,
I like this.
Unless I'm blundering.
This is very
something,
sadistic.
you
I
don't
like
have,
this.
I mean, it's like your next move is probably bishop
Yeah,
C8.
yeah, I know. And then we just collect everything. Yeah, I like this very much. So yeah, this is sort of the point of B3 here, that what would be an almost default reaction by Black while the bishop was still on E7 is probably just borderline unplayable now. So what do you do?
Unless you wanna dive into this B4 bishop D4, like accepting all the sacrifices, which I doubt is gonna work.
Are we taking on C1 or on D4? I think both are kind of bad, right? Both are bad, but for different reasons.
Bishop E3, queen B2 is what I have
Pretty
to do.
much, yeah. But yeah, the thing is, like, even the position after the queen trade is probably not great for Black, and I'm also very tempted to just continue giving mate on the other side of the board.
G4 or H5, yeah.
Yeah, queen H5, queen E5 was kind of bugging me. Seemed like I didn't have a decisive answer to this. Because knight G5, H6, I don't have a good way to attack this queen or land any kind of a final blow.
Yeah.
Even this is not stupid. Just to completely, take all the support away from the d3 knight. If you take on a1, I will just take on d3, and it looks like, despite us being an exchange down, it looks like black pieces aren't really in the game.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, extremely dangerous for black. Might just be bad. We're getting a little bit carried away, though, but... Apologies. We currently don't have a good answer to d3, I think. So it becomes maybe an early front runner for the move I will dislike the most here as black. Immediate c5 suggested by Nick. Yeah, you could try that. How do we react to it?
By playing a move? Question mark.
Yes, but which? Yeah, c5. Yeah, c5 is, I think, looking at it, the best option we've seen so far, unsurprisingly, because it does activate some of black's passive pieces, and c takes d4 is an annoying threat. I mean, I can take on b5, but
Wait a second. Can you take on c4?
I wasn't entirely sure what the plan was here for black. Maybe just bc?
But then some bishop a3. I mean, I know I'm...
No, it makes perfect sense, but you're also giving black some time to develop, right? There's...
Yeah, or
even
CD4,
cd4, yeah.
right?
cd4, because bishop f8, dc3, it looks very, very unclear.
Yeah. You're just one move away from developing all the stuff, like bishop a3, knight a6, black is...
Yeah, this is a very,
Looks
very
into
strong setup, and the pawn on e6 will be very easily protected by like bishop d5 and knight c7, and there's really not very much going on for white anymore. Still a very messy position. I like c5, yeah, that does feel like the correct answer. And if knight takes b5, I guess a6 is maybe the biggest issue here. And if we go knight a3, black can...
I feel like we've crossed this point where we certainly have to sacrifice something with white.
Yeah, but I just don't see how. Like, I would like to give something up, but this just looks very, very unconvincing now that black has some pieces in play. In particular, the bishop on b7 is sort of participating in the defense, so I'm unconvinced by all of the sacrifices I can see so far.
Yeah, black piece is participating in the defense, and I don't know if we've started an attack.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, that somehow we've traded the wrong guys.
Yeah, doesn't really look very promising. So, conclusions so far about this position. b3 is interesting. We think c5 is the most critical reply. Knight e4 is definitely a move you always have to consider in positions like this. Not sure what the best reply is. Bishop takes d4 we couldn't refute altogether, but I am very, very worried about making a move like that with black. Maybe you have to play knight a6. I think knight a6 is probably the quote-unquote sane choice here.
The move, yeah.
And then we can go... I mean, knight e5 in every single position makes some sense.
Queen takes pawn?
Yeah. I wasn't really able to refute that. I was just...
but now, hang on a second. Now you probably take on c6,
yeah, but
right?
this looks interesting. Yeah, we take on c6, we take on f6, then we take on c6 again. Even this position is not that clear, because in the end you have rook a f8, but I assume white is probably going to end up with an advantage. Because eventually I will play a takes b5, and it will be...
Yeah, queen b2, and then, I mean, if nothing else, you just trade and
I
go
think
a
probably queen e5 is the way to create more problems for white. Just to keep some kind of rook takes f2 shenanigans in the air, but maybe even f4 is strong. And we also once again got very, very far away from the main stem. You can also just go bishop b5, d, and then something.
Then
Yeah, I don't
something,
know
yeah.
what that something is. If we
want to make sure the knight on d3
Mhm.
stays, kind.
Yeah, knight e6 is a very annoying threat here. Knight takes e5 doesn't really look right, even though I don't know what the refutation is. Maybe you can actually be as greedy as this. Just take on e5 twice, say, yes, you have a move here, you can probably... I don't know, knight g5 looks strong-ish. If the knight returns, we can go ab, and then there's queen takes e6 in the end, if everything gets traded. And black loses material.
Yeah.
I'm sort of very undecided on like which of the two extremes to go here, because there's every single line we're discussing here, we could very easily continue until move 30, and we would be enjoying ourselves greatly. But because of how many options both players have here, you also have the kind of a temptation to just wait until Magnus plays something. Because I feel like we're leading our viewers on, 90% of what we're showing here, maybe even 95, is just a completely a wild goose chase, which will become absolutely irrelevant once Magnus makes a move. So yeah, I don't know whether we should indulge ourselves here or not. H4, come on, yeah. H4 is always a move you can make, yeah, but I would really hesitate to make a move that doesn't prevent black from developing in any way.
Yeah, it's a little bit different position, I think, for kind of spending 3 tempi to get the pawn on h6.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that would be the point. I think you maybe want to play something connected with like knight g5 or bishop g5. Because...
And kind of never leave. If they play h6, you just keep it there.
Yeah, because h5 really does feel like you're just burning tempi by this point. I don't know what this achieves. It just feels like you're giving black time to consolidate and bring all the pieces into play, and then you will regret having spent all this time on the march up the board.
Peter,
Sure.
I have a question. I mean, okay, YouTube chat has questions, Twitch chat has questions. I have a question. On this stream, as we agreed, you are the host, and you have to tell me how we go about some people's, unhealthy habits and stuff like that. Because you've told me yesterday you've done it for 4 hours straight without a single break.
That was
right?
sort of
I also
that was
need
sort
a
of by
refill,
accident, but yeah, I can definitely switch to solo piloting for a bit if you need a.
No, that's solo piloting. I thought
This is a
just
little bit too much of a fun position to just completely abandon. And
I agree. Okay, I'm asking to stream my chair for like 5 minutes max.
I actually have
Is it
a
okay?
scene set up where your chair will magically disappear.
Ooh, that's
So
brilliant.
yeah, just let me know when you're back.
Yeah. You'll see me on the other
Okay,
scene
yep.
then. What?
There we go. Magic. And 94 has been played in the meantime. Not unexpectedly, we did think this was one of the more natural moves in the position. And I think knight a6 has to be absolutely the move you want to play in this position, because you do want to finish development, you do want to connect the rooks, and controlling the threat of knight c5 I think is hugely important. I don't know which stupid waiting move to even make in this position, but let's say black plays, I don't know, h7, h6 just to stop white from landing anything on g5, and we go knight c5, dc. This position, to my eyes, looks like borderline lost because of just how stupid the bishop on b7 is. And for once in this game, I actually, we get vindication for my stupid opinion straight away, because Jan does play knight a6 almost without thinking. Why is bishop takes d4 stupid? It's not stupid. You just kind of, even without calculating this properly, Glusexo, you feel like you should at some point start making moves with other pieces. It's not even necessarily knowing how it's refuted. It's more that your experience at some point starts screaming at you that you cannot continue playing with your entire queenside undeveloped. And you just kind of save the energy trying to refute bishop takes d4 and just develop a piece instead. We tried finding a solution for it. We kind of failed. One prosaic solution potentially would be to just take and take on b5, because if you take on b5 in reply, I have knight f6 check and then bishop takes b7, which will cost black some material. I don't know if that's the harshest reply white has, because this doesn't really look unplayable to me. This position exchange down with the knight on d3 and the second knight coming in via c5 or e5 doesn't look unplayable to me at all. So there's probably a stronger reply to bishop takes d4. It's just that your sort of alarms are ringing very, very loudly here, telling you that, pieces need to be in play. And knight a6, I am not at all surprised it was played more or less instantaneously by Jan here. Options for white. We looked at knight e5 a little bit. It's an interesting move. I think it's not unlikely, but the biggest issue with it, as I see it, is that we get this position, and it's black to move, and black has a reasonably wide choice here, so it's not as forcing. But yeah, we seem to be on a bit of a roll here, having guessed knight a6, and we were also kind of leaning towards knight e5 in reply, and this is what Magnus plays very, very quickly. We looked at bishop e5, we looked at queen takes d4 here. Neither of those worked out particularly well for black. So I don't know what the best choice here even is. And seems like, hang on a second, yeah, we can go back to, I think, the preferred way of streaming, which is the two of us in shot. So the game progressed a little bit, as you can see. Knight a6, knight a5, something we expected did happen on the board. We haven't even for a second spoke about knight takes e5, but it just doesn't look right.
We didn't.
Like, DE is strong. Also, knight f6 followed by DE looks, very, very dangerous for black. You don't want to be doing this to your king side, and if you take with the rook, you have to spend more tempi retreating with the rook, and then white can start going for like rook d1, d6 plans, or...
Yeah.
I wouldn't really want to absolutely nail my colors to the mast here and say this is losing, but it does look like it might be. And also
knight e5,
also d5,
played, right?
d5, bishop e5, and then something like knight g5 in this position also looks unbelievably dangerous for black, with the same ideas.
Isn't it just
winning? It looks like it might be.
Yeah, bishop f6 and the same line you've
just
provided.
take
b5, take b5, take b7, win a piece, win a game.
Looks like black will be very, very lucky to, find a way to be much worse in some endgame somewhere here. Maybe, I don't know, go knight c7 and pretend that we're still alive somehow.
Mm.
And there's also this type of stuff which you kind of have to worry about.
Queen e4,
queen e4,
bc6 was also there.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, just
the worst endgame I was referring to is probably this endgame, actually. And just bc6, and maybe black...
Which you might survive.
Maybe you make a draw, but you're definitely not going to enjoy it very much. Yeah.
You're never going to enjoy it, right?
So, yeah, my initial reaction is that you have to choose between bishop takes e5 and queen takes d4. Nothing else really seems to fit the bill.
So once again, what was queen d4 line? Queen d4.
We were taking on c6,
taking on c6, f6 in some order.
Yeah, I think starting with
Right.
knight 6 makes a lot of sense because if we're not forced to take on f6, we probably will keep our beautiful knight on e4 for a couple of more moves. So takes, rook f8. Now the f2 pawn is hanging, we need to include bishop e3. And I do think queen e5 is the way to go here. Yeah, because
Queen
I think
e5,
this
yeah,
endgame just
and
cannot possibly be any good for black at all. It looks horrible. It just doesn't look good at all. Knight b4.
even like the move none of us would consider, bishop d4,
Yeah.
the greedy move, probably just
yeah, actually
wins.
just seems to end the game on the spot, yeah. So you have to, hang on a second, let me find my spot. I think you have to play queen e5 in this position. The point being,
Yeah, and
after
the point
AB,
is that
maybe we have
A5
rook f2.
kind of
Maybe we have rook f2. But AB is not forced, and maybe we can just play f4. I don't know, queen c7, 8 takes b5, and claim that we're much better with quite a lot of justification.
That's a
Yeah,
right
I think
claim,
I think we will be justified in making it. And Jan does take on e5 with the bishop. White goes d5.
We are back to initial
I'm not
position.
sure why I didn't click on the initial position. Let me. And he goes knight ac5 also incredibly quickly, which is a move we didn't really discuss at all because I was very reluctant to allow knight d6. But maybe you have to.
Was there a way? Hang on a second. Was there a way not to allow? We've spoken about knight e5 and we said how
maybe it's
it is, right?
Not from.
And then kind of abandon the whole line.
You don't make this move because you're very happy about your position. But also, it creates a threat of knight b3 to go with the ideas of, trading on e4 and playing 6c5 perhaps. It also creates an idea of knight b3, cashing in some material by attacking both the rook and the bishop.
Yeah, and the knight on d3 survived for now.
You can avoid this fork by playing something like bishop e3 here, but then I guess black just instantly and very, very happily goes takes, and c5.
Soviet school exchange one of
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't even. I'm pretty sure in this position you don't even look at the move knight takes e5 because of how important it is to trade away the better of that bishop pair. And I'm starting to prefer black here. I'm pretty sure bishop e3 is just not a move you can make specifically.
And for a reason, right?
Specifically because of this.
I think black just does really well. Yeah.
So, what happens if we go knight d6 anyway?
That's an important question, of course. Yeah.
The options for black currently a takes b5 is it's not actually a threat as much as I thought it is because the b7.
It's kind of threat, right?
The bishop on b7 is protected,
but it is annoying. I mean,
what's the biggest threat white has? Yeah,
white has
probably
bishop
b3. Yeah. So my question is, knight b3 definitely is a move you have to calculate. My question is an extremely ugly move knight takes a4 something that you need to calculate? It is unbelievably unattractive, but it's also a pawn, and it's a pawn which, by taking this pawn off the board, we remove the threat of a takes b5.
There are players who would not agree with you. It is an attractive move. It takes the pawn, so your opponent has less pawns.
Yeah.
That's Knight a4, b3 would have been great, but knight to c1, and I couldn't find the follow-up.
Knight c1, there's also some knight c3 possibilities, but maybe even the simplest one is knight c1.
Knight c1, just take another guy.
There's knight b7 here, right?
Knight b7, hang on, b2?
There's also b2, but b2 maybe I can take with the rook on c6, and then...
Queen takes b7, I don't
Well, I will win the exchange, but maybe your pawn on b2 just compensates for it completely, yeah? Probably, yeah. It's very, very...
hard to say, yeah, but that's incredibly messy.
And once again, we are kind of far, far away from the current state of affairs. Before we go sort of all in on analyzing knight d6, does Magnus have any other choices?
No, That's nonsense. B3 here, knight B3.
Forcing
Thank
white
you very
to,
much.
Forcing black to take on B3 doesn't look right. Bishop B3 we kind of refuted. If you take on C5, currently the bishop on B7 and is kind of very stupid, and the knight is not on D3.
It'll return
Yeah, but
to D3.
it's coming back next move, and there's really no good way to stop it. And this doesn't look right to me.
Wait, Rook D1, Knight D3, B3, maybe something like trying to
but
use it right here.
I'm still going to play
believer in
C5,
this.
and I'm still going to feel like, I'm not going to be worse anymore. I don't know if I'm better, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be worse anymore.
There's also F2 hanging
Like
there.
Bishop B7, Queen B7. I didn't even see that F2 was hanging. Yeah, black.
I mean, it wasn't because there was a pin on the
but
D
now
file,
it is,
but
yeah.
now it is.
Now it is. And I was going to get to that, Hizin. Yeah, that was clearly the line we were going to have to discuss. Knight B3, Bishop B3. Unsurprisingly, because you realize you have to give up some material, but you don't want to allow black to trade everything off. Like knight A1, and maybe we go even knight takes B5 in some cases. I don't know, but I probably rook takes A1. This is a very, very messy position that's going to be very difficult to assess. And
so takes E5.
Yeah, if I had this position with black, I would be looking for a way to return some material to perhaps force white to trade away this knight, like knight e5, bishop c5. I don't know if bishop c5 is forced, but it looks very natural. Now we go knight d3, knight b7. We just go queen b7, give up on f8, give up on e6, and
don't we give up too much though? Now that I'm thinking, yeah, bishop f8, queen e6.
I don't think so. I mean, queen f7 is playable, but maybe even king h8 is playable here. Because I want to play queen b6 next and launch my own counter-attack here.
Counter-attack, yeah.
I think it might be playable from black. And knight takes e5 is of course not forced at all. You can make some kind of a quiet move and claim that there aren't currently any threats that you are all that afraid of. I don't know, something like a7, a6, and just play.
Yeah, what really bothers me that the knight is still there. I mean,
we somehow managed to sacrifice an exchange without trading one of our rooks for the good knight. We traded it for the bad knight somehow with white, which...
Good knight, yeah. Was bishop e3 a clever move? Couldn't we do something else? This something else being a b5.
I assume they just take on a1.
Take, and it's a rook,
it's
right?
A full rook, yeah. I was looking for ways to justify it somehow.
Rook is a lot.
But I don't see it. Like, if we start cashing in, it just feels like we are...
Bishop
we're just
C6.
not cashing in enough, right? I don't know if f7 is the best square, but the issue is this knight on a1 will come out. So we're not really recapturing enough in return. You could play rook b1 here, with like specifically to make black cash in that knight on d3. And there's actually decent compensation for the exchange here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but he's not
forced to take. Exactly, that was definitely the big point here. Something like maybe knight d4 is annoying, because we want to play knight f3 check, and if queen e3, maybe we play knight f5 and we trade away the pièce de résistance. Yeah,
mighty knight. Yeah, queen e4.
Okay, yeah, I just
queen
blundered
e4,
queen e4. Yeah. e4 is much stronger. Yeah, maybe not knight d4.
I really want to play c5.
Yeah, you want to find a way to play c6, c5 in this position.
Rook b8?
In as much that, I was also considering this.
So, because this is, I mean, let's make it clear for the chat, this is not the exchange sacrifice. I mean, A, B, C, B, and exchange on B7 cannot be considered an exchange sacrifice.
I don't think white ever does this. Yeah, this just...
It kind of simply feels like black has won the material.
pretty much, yeah. Trading the knight on d6 for the rook on b8 feels like a definite loss of material for white. Yeah, rook b8 is, and David Prendergast also in chat suggesting rook b1, rook b8.
Yeah, it's still kind of a little bit slow because I'm not sure if...
Yeah, I don't know if c5 is a threat.
I'm playing c5 next move, but I might, yeah.
And the bigger issue is I don't know what white's next move is. Like, I would like to play bishop b4, and if you look at the position where black does cash in the exchange on c1, and let's say plays rook b8 here, we're also, of course, not cashing in our exchange. We're playing bishop b4 and queen h5, and we're going for mate. This is not a position where we care about the rook on b8 at all. We're trying to, parlay our knight on d6 into an attack on the king side. And in fact, black probably instantly starts trying to force us to take on b7 here to survive. And the same applies to rook b1, rook b8 then. After bishop b4. Now maybe I can play knight d4. Also knight takes e5. I don't know if it loses knight. Now knight bc5 is in... Yeah, maybe I can actually play c5 anyway.
c5, yeah. I was thinking c5 and, still.
Some position like this, where white sort of refuses to take the exchange, but pieces are jumping around, and who knows what this is. I also feel like we're doing this a little bit too quickly and getting a little bit carried away. But I want to say that really I haven't seen an opening position this exciting in a World Championship match in quite some time. I think the recent, although some of the Sicilians Fabi and Magnus played in 2018 were very sharp.
The Queen's Gambit was kind of sharp, but it turned out they kind of both knew everything.
Yeah, when both players know everything, it's generally less exciting.
All right. Okay, so now let's say I'm playing white and I'm getting pessimistic about my chances after knight d6. Never mind, knight d6 played. And no, I was looking, let's say, for the way, if I'm scared, to kind of minimize the damage. What can I do to make sure I'm not worse?
Did you find any solution?
Maybe
because I
not really.
That was exactly, yeah. I was sort of expecting you to go exactly there. That maybe you would like to some kind of a safe haven here, but I'm not sure it exists. So Magnus goes for the most principled line. And the next interesting question is, I assume knight b3 happens. Yeah, knight b3 played instantly, and Nepo
does happen, and now it's a question.
Yeah, Nepo actually kind of reverting to type here by starting to blitz out moves which aren't maybe absolutely forced. I mean, knight takes a4 was an option. I'm pretty sure knight b3 is stronger, but knight takes a4 was definitely something that you could consider. But I think he is right to be playing quickly. I think, keeping the clock under control, and if possible, maybe even putting some pressure on the clock back on Magnus is a good way to play against him. So the two moves we think white is choosing from here are rook b1 and bishop b3, right? Bishop g5 doesn't look like it's achieving much. I mean, is there any point at all to be provoking h6? And also, sorry, yeah, the bigger problem, I guess, is that after knight a1, rook a1, there's rook takes f2. So
that's
the bishop kind of needs to be on e3 here, if you're giving up the rook on a1. A takes b5 we just couldn't make work. After knight takes a1 it looks promising but doesn't seem to add up. And Magnus goes with rook b1, which I thought was Definitely a very serious move. And the question is passed on back to Jan.
Our conclusion was Rook
Yeah,
B8.
our current
end, right?
current state of affairs is that we like Rook B8. We don't like taking on C1, even though that line we were discussing, like if you take on C1 twice, you go Rook B8 there, and after bishop B4 you play C5. This might be a draw. Because like if White wants to go completely all in with something like bishop B1, saying that the king side attack will actually win, this is extremely risky because Queen H5 will be met by G6, and I'm not sure there is mate. There will definitely be some attack, but I don't think there is mate, in particular with the bishop having access to good squares. So you can maybe even start by something greedy like BA4 or bishop D5 or even H6. And if White cashes in on B7, I'm pretty sure this is very drawish. Like some kind of a position like this probably ends up being a very comfortable draw for Black.
Queen
Takes Rook B8.
You take
takes Rook B8.
You take on C4.
I thought this was a draw.
Oh, okay.
I thought this was a draw. I mean, I understand I'm giving up some pawns in the rook ending, but I don't think I'm losing that rook ending. So that was my kind of default reaction.
Yeah, people say much better for Black, but that really, according to Sese, it's much better for Black. Okay, that's something. That's something, and it probably means the exchange will be taken. I mean, or Sese wants
Unless,
to take the
or maybe we
exchange.
missed something in the knight d4 lines, but I don't see what. Like Queen e4 is very strong. I don't see why this would be better for Black at all. Interesting. Because it's very similar to some of the conversations we've had, both with you and with Vladimir yesterday, about the machine evaluation clashing very strongly with what would be the human evaluation of the position. Because it really doesn't, like, if I find something concrete here, I will of course start thinking Black is better. But until that happens, it looks like a very, very messy, unclear position to me. But yeah, 1.2 is a serious evaluation for sure. People are asking if I mean, once it with modern engines, I think once it reaches like around the pawn, you have to assume the machine is genuinely very worried. So do we like anything apart from Rook B8? If like now that we have this knowledge that Black should be playing for a win here and not trying to equalize, which is, I mean, it might sound a bit stupid, but in game, Jan has no way of knowing what the position is actually evaluated as. So he just goes in, he just sort of
he captures on
instantly took on
C1.
C1.
Yeah.
By the way, there is an option of taking once and not taking twice, by the way.
Yeah, because the knight.
This is a good knight. Yeah, trading the one that is on
easy.
b3 makes sense in every single case. But yeah, normally having taken on c1 once, you will be taking both rooks. So we got here. ab5 now is a very, very strong threat. Yeah, he does play rook b8. This is sort of following the line we were suggesting. And if Black wants to play this for a win, I guess the way to play for a win here would be to play bishop before something like just bishop a8. And
Bishop
say,
A8,
I do not believe you actually have a mating attack on the king side here at all, so please sort of show me. Queen h5, g6. It looks very scary, but Black does have a lot of extra material.
Scary. How exactly scary that is? I mean, so you have to move the queen and then what? Launch the h pawn.
One option is that, and the other option is actually to take on g6. I don't think it works, but it's not entirely ridiculous. We take, and now we have a choice of king h8 or queen g7. I guess queen h8.
I guess king
Yeah, and now I
h8,
want to start kind of hinting that the rook might get lifted, airlifted somewhere. But it's not easy, right? Because c5 covers both e4 and d4.
Exactly.
So yeah, this probably doesn't work. So we have to go back. I was planning to go to g5, exactly with the plan you were describing. Queen g5, h4, h5. Somebody in chat said queen h3 with compensation. I don't know why specifically the
Queen h3,
yeah, h3 looks like
looks
like a very
weird.
strange square to me. I don't know what that signifies.
I mean, g4, if anything, if you want
to on this
kind of
diagonal,
have an attack on e6, then g4, right? But g5 would be my default square as well.
So let's take a look at, let's start with queen g5. Let's stick to our guns here. How does black even come out of the corner? You can play c5, but then white can simply take on b5 and claim that we can never be wars with this knight on d6 and the entire black structure on the queen side disappearing one by one.
ba4.
Yeah, ba4 I think is the way to go.
Instead, ba4 and hang on a second.
But now maybe we go bishop g6. Yeah.
Is this the moment when I'm capturing? Because now there is the lift possibility.
But I think maybe the issue is queen g7. Yeah. The immediate queen g7, because just as you were pointing out, this might not work for black at all, because even
rook
this
c4
actually is maybe okay. Shocking.
Rook h.
Clever boy. This is a dead queen, but even though it knows it's sort of dead inside, it still survives for long enough to prevent the king.
Those are the most dangerous, those that know that they're dead inside. I mean, it's a bit of a philosophy on a chess stream.
Very appropriate, I'm sure. So ba, bishop takes g6, but maybe queen g7 is strong.
Capturing on h7, nah, nothing. Yeah,
because I have queen h6, right? So like queen h4 check.
Yeah, I'm a bit
queen h4 check. I mean, this might still be very dangerous for black, but I think I go queen h6 here, queen e7 check, and king somewhere, and it starts. Even this position, honestly, game sort of continues in every single line here because.
Yeah, so funny enough, could be a perpetual after queen g7, queen h6, right? Because this, I mean, we are rook down, but that's bishop on a8 we are talking about, which is
why sack when rook c4 is there? Is a question from Chess Life.
Yeah, fair point. Because we like
first of all we like sacrificing, and secondly, allowing rook takes b2 does generate quite a lot of counterplay for black immediately. I mean, we probably still play bishop g6 here, honestly, and I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing that we've allowed rook takes b2. Importantly, rook b1 check is not a move you can make, so maybe it still sort of works out for white. And now after queen g7, we probably... Yeah, that's the perpetual you were talking about, right? Queen h4, queen h6, queen e7. But here maybe it's not a perpetual because I have rook h4 check. And queen e6. And maybe white actually wins. So, as you can see, these lines continue to be very, very messy. I'm sure we're making a mistake like every second move here, but it's still not immediately obvious how black is supposed to solve the issues with the kingside initiative in this position.
So I'm really afraid, Peter, that Jan's going to choose c5 and it will, as we've decided, the go-to expression.
Yeah, and Magnus actually goes with a very interesting option. He goes rook d1 first.
Rook to d1.
He goes rook d1 first, which is something, of course, that you can do, and the immediate and like result of this is that you cannot play c5 just yet because knight takes b7 is now not an exchange. It's a full piece since the queen is hanging. So he is forcing Jan to make a move such as queen e7, I assume. Well, forces maybe strong, but kind of strongly encourages Jan to play something like queen e7, and then he can once again try going in with bishop e4, and the rook lift is now one move closer. So if black tries doing exactly the same,
Yeah, bishop a8, you might just
I think
lose,
now we actually
right? Bishop
now we
takes
actually go
d6.
in. Yeah, we go in, and both king h8, rook d4, and queen g7, queen e6, king h8, rook d4 look like they probably lose for black.
Horrendous, right? Rook f7.
Rook f7, I thought we can go rook d4 anyway. Our
Rook
chat
d4,
in the
yeah.
meantime tells us that it's now completely lost for Magnus. It's like minus 1.7. It dropped even further below with this choice. Very hard for me to judge exactly why.
c3. Compy says it's c3 is the move. That's nice.
c3, bcba or something, I guess. Yeah, just to start.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking, and then somehow magically you, I don't know, checkmate him on b1,
or the immediate
when the
bishop takes
is
a4, apparently, which is. I mean, I wanted to say not a move you can make, but we were actually discussing it in very similar positions. So yeah, ba4, you can definitely see the rationale for.
Now it actually makes much more sense, because we were playing ba4 in reply to bishop e4, right? So it would make white a one tempo closer to the attack on the
Sese
king
actually
side, right?
does it like
And now-
this. This is very clever. This is why the attack was very strong,
Yeah.
and because like you want the bishop on the long diagonal to hope to play c6, c5 later, but what actually is important in this position is having queen g7 here.
Yeah.
And white not having queen takes e6. This is actually where I'm going to be thankful for chat for pointing out sort of a printout from Sese, because you can instantly see what we were missing from a very, very human perspective. It's not
Because
often those lines will be completely undecipherable, but here you immediately see what you missed, and you immediately see why their line is stronger than what you were showing. How easy
but
is
it's
this?
interesting once again, right? The way we are tied down to this idea of playing c6, c5, and opening the bishop on the long diagonal. It's once again, it's imprinted from some other Catalan positions you've looked at 20 years ago or whatever.
Yeah. How clear is this, though? Because, my suspicion is you're supposed to play g6 and now something like queen c7, if you are to play this for a win.
How clear is it? Plus 1.7 in black's favor?
Yeah.
That's
it
the
is
answer.
the answer, yeah. But
perhaps as dangerous as it looks, but black's gonna take b2 next move.
Yeah, I can definitely see how this is good for black. I want to play rook d4 anyway. I want to play rook d4 anyway, because I think in this position, now that the bishop is gone, I think this gives me enough for at least a draw. Right? Queen g7, queen e6, and then rook g4, rook h4. I don't think I'm suffering at all. I have a feeling it's actually a draw, right? Queen f7, rook g4, king h, maybe even 8, rook h4, king g8. And I don't think I have more than the perpetual, because queen g4, queen g7 also.
No, you don't.
So it looks like a draw to me. Which means I'm probably missing something very simple, but I don't know. Is this the refutation? But probably not, yeah. Bishop takes h7, right? Yeah, bishop h7 wins the game.
King
queen h5 there.
And
then we go there. Yeah, the point being that after king h7 we have this intermediary check, and then we pick up a full queen on d7. So I'm very interested in why knight takes e8 is lost here. Maybe you can go h6, queen g6, and then somehow pretend this is not a game-winning attack. But I'm not... maybe you just go rook f7 here and say, I don't believe you, this is a bluff. Check, bishop g6, and then I just don't do anything. I go, I don't know, once again, c3, b8, a3 or something here. Or queen c7 or what have you. And just claim that this is not an attack that I have to worry about at all. But I would be extremely scared here with black. I guess the move actually is king e7, I'm pretty sure. To create a threat of something like queen g8 or queen h8. To force white to cash in the bishop.
But do you believe
But
it's
even that, yeah,
bad
even
for
that.
white?
Like, how clear is this? I can definitely, yeah, like,
Not clear to
No,
the human eye.
no.
That I can tell you for
No,
sure.
like
Right.
I,
Even if, let's say, after 20 more moves, it clarifies and black is winning. I mean, imagine to go for this line from a.
yeah, this is
It's
very
not
very
that
scary
easy.
from a purely human perspective. Yeah, and chat is saying bit XA4 was played. We'll wait until the official board confirms, but and also Magnus doesn't look overjoyed. I can believe that because Magnus, I mean, he definitely is capable of playing exciting attacking chess, and he's given very nice, delivered very nice mates over the course of his career, and actually many of them recently, because I think he retooled his game to play more sharp positions recently. I think it was a conscious choice as well. It's like a pet theory of mine that when he was preparing for the match against Fabi, he realized the match probably will not go anywhere near as like dryly and as technically focused as the match against Karakin. And he just decided to sort of way in advance decided to start playing sharper openings with white to get more accustomed to what he probably will be getting in the match. But he also, I think, has a very fine sense of where he's doing well and where he isn't, and he probably suspects that this is like semi-correct at best.
Yeah, okay. There's a question which I don't know how you're going to answer, but I think it touches the important subject. How can you explain that Nepo scores better with black against Magnus than with white? And my argument to this, or my addition to this question, does it even matter the previous scores? Because they've played, I mean, the scores that they happen quite some time ago, pre-COVID. I mean, for me, nowadays it seems enough. I mean, games played pre-COVID do not count.
And I think in their case, I I would hesitate to say exactly how many of them, but some of them are played like in junior tournaments. I'm pretty sure they started playing in the,
Yeah.
I want to say the under 10s, but probably not the under 10s. So, I mean, it's still kind of important to have a good score against Magnus because it kind of, it helps psychologically, it helps. Those things, they aren't very important, but they're also not entirely unimportant. Personal scores, personal dynamics in players, those are the things which I think, it's a narrative that people really like to speak about, and it's not as important as, some people might want you to believe, but it's not insignificant, and Jan's still preserving a plus score against Magnus is good for him. But yeah, in the context of this match, I don't know if it's that important. As for why he's outscoring Magnus with black, once again, those are kind of old games, but you can imagine, let's say, a scenario where you win a game or two against Magnus, and then he starts absolutely going at you with the white pieces because he doesn't like being in the minus, and overpresses and generally like makes choices which are informed by the score, and this way you improve your score with black. And
can you update the? Yeah, I mean the analysis board with an actual position, because
we'll get there.
Two somewhat controversial things happened. So, I mean, Bishop A8 was played, which isn't a controversial thing per se, but at the same time, in the YouTube chat, there was mentioned that BA4 appeared on a live stream camera.
Yeah, I really like. We don't have access to the camera, and I would like some clarification. But I would also like to bet much of my current net worth on Jan not taking a take back. Like
that's a bold statement.
I really don't think. I mean, first of all, I know him quite well, and he is, he kind of respects the game he's been playing his entire life, and just wouldn't do it from that perspective. But also, like, if you don't want to take my word for what kind of a person he is, he does know that there's like 10 cameras aimed at him from like 10 different angles, right? you're not getting away with playing b8 and ba and then putting all of those pieces back and playing bishop a8. It's just you're it's not very practically feasible, even if you want to take the ethics of that action completely out of the question, which I wouldn't. I do know Jan reasonably well, and I am willing to, stake much on the idea that he wouldn't do it even if there were 0 cameras.
Yeah. But still, kind of when you're claiming to be ready to bet some percentage of your net worth, I mean, you have to understand it's not a very liquid market. I mean, this specific bet. So you'd better not to come up with such. I mean, because people who will be betting against you, they will know.
I understand. I'm in a very sort of unfortunate position of probably running up against people who have watched it on the live stream if they are willing to take the other side of it. But yeah.
But anyway, now it's confirmed that bishop a8 is an actual move, and I think that was the move that we. No, it was bishop e4, bishop a8 that we've called kind of an ambitious move if Black wants to play.
No, in this position we haven't looked at
here
this yet, and Jan is also kind of very calmly demonstrating that there aren't really any particularly threatening knight jumps here, so he can spend the tempo playing bishop a8. And now he probably wants to play. I mean, actually, he doesn't want to play c5 just yet because bishop takes a8. Let's say I make a waiting move.
Yeah.
c5 is still not a threat because this is still a very playable position for white. More than playable. White is probably better. Yeah.
I mean, queen c4.
Yeah. But probably ba now is a serious option. C4 maybe not just yet, but ba probably is.
Hang on a second. So bishop e4 instead of kind of wasting time with h4, maybe bishop e4, and after ba,
queen h5,
once again, if you enter one of those lines.
We've actually seen this, we've seen this. I mean, h7 is not hanging here, so you can make an argument for something like rook b2 or c6, c5, or maybe queen g7.
Knight f7.
Knight f7 though. So maybe queen g7.
Perhaps
maybe queen g7.
Queen g7.
Queen g7, and then I will start picking up something on the other side of the board. I'm still completely unsure how good this is for Black. Like I can play something like queen c, bishop c2, rook b2, rook d4, and I have a feeling I will have a perpetual on the king side somewhere against the counterplay. But this is now, we're entering kind of scary territory for white as well, because the bishop has revived. There is no mate on the king side because the rook controls all the important checks. And rook c1 check is actually a mate right now. It's not a check. So, I can imagine this being bad for white. But it's unclear.
F4,
we play f4
perhaps,
using the fact that you cannot actually play rook b8 with the idea of rook b1 mate, because then you will... I mean, white will at least have a perpetual here and maybe more. Queen g5. This is impossible, so you have to go king f8. Yeah, and maybe you don't lose, but you also never ever do this because white check.
You probably do lose because you return to g5, you give a check from f5 and pick the rook.
That's.
I mean, one of the
point,
ideas.
Yeah. Just do the old, stutter step,
the dirty thing.
And then come after the rook on c2. So what's the proposed reply to bishop b4 then? Is he just planning to kind of slowly play g6 here?
g6. But then it kind of saves me a lot of time on this h4, h5 business, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We can go h4 straight away. We can also play queen g4 and say that we might actually be threatening bishop takes g6, right? But yeah, the slow play also makes some sense.
On the other hand, h4, h5, and maybe he'll be ready to play g5. I mean, he was giving us this g pawn anyways. So maybe he tricks us this way. So now he captures a4, let's say, h5, g5, and...
Yeah, but... Yeah, this is extremely unclear, because you also haven't generated any threats on the king side just yet, so... if I find a way to make some progress on the king side, it will be a lot of progress. I'm even sort of tempted to start looking at the move h5, h6 here. The game is going so slowly that I feel like I might have time for it.
You know, there is one more argument for White's position being good, because I'm looking, on contrary, I'm looking at White slowing down, like capturing the pawn on c4 with the knight. And I cannot convince myself that it's a bad position. I mean, rook goes to d6, you know, queen g4 and stuff
and I
like
think
that.
this is what the engines are suggesting right this moment as well. From what I've seen in chat, I think some kind of a capture with the d6 knight is probably the way to go. The engines, like according to the engines, but I think you badly want to play bishop e4.
Bishop e4. Can we return to this line, bishop e4, ba4?
Wait up. So bishop e4, ba, queen g6, sorry, queen h5.
We said queen h5 because there was what was the line we were talking? G6, right?
We were playing queen g7 here.
Queen g7, yeah, bishop c2. There was something in the chat. Bishop c2, rook takes on b2, rook d4 takes, rook g4. And if we start with a rook c1 check, okay, I think that's what people wanted.
And
yeah,
I couldn't really understand why driving the king to h.
Oh, because now the rook on c1
and also,
is actually
also that is
a move like bishop f3.
There's a very specific question which I've seen this reference before. People are asking, isn't this very strong?
Yeah. That was another thing I wanted to ask.
And it might be, yeah.
Because
I kind of assumed that, having a move in a position like this will be enough for black to find.
You always assume it's too slow, right? I mean, it's like white needs to play rook h4.
Yeah, exactly. We're not threatening a check. We're threatening a move which will create a threat of mate, but it's not a check in itself. And black can play, I don't know, a3, a takes b2, or rook b2, rook b1 check, or something. But it seems like maybe it's all too slow. Maybe you have to play something like queen e7 and just take on h4, but then you are probably not very happy. Although,
not at all. Queen takes.
Are you? Like, how clear is this? Something like c5 here? I want to play bishop d5. And then I want to go after the b2 pawn. And with the bishop on d5, I think the king on g1 will be...
Yeah, all of a sudden the knight on c6 is not... on d6 is no longer that efficient, right? I mean...
Yeah, and Magnus, after not even very long a pause, does go bishop b4. And I'm not surprised at all. And... the engines, I understand the engines disagree, but I definitely agree. I think this is the way to go. And you haven't played the previous game up until that moment to start, trying to trade some material and make a draw.
Why not simply knight b5? People ask. Okay, can we just take a brief look at knight b5? Queen versus two rooks, I'm never too happy, right?
Yeah, but I think the king on g8 is weak enough that we definitely don't have to worry. We're talking about this endgame, and in particular because we get the tempo to take on a8 and take on b5, and then we get like queen d6 or queen g4 or queen d7. These guys are weak. I suspect black makes a draw, but white definitely is in no trouble whatsoever and might actually be better.
I think black should be pretty comfortable making a draw after rook b8.
I don't know.
At least that's the feeling.
I missed rook b6. That's a good move. I missed rook b6.
b6, and then I'm planning kind of to go h6 and at some point just
say no more. Yeah, I just completely missed rook b6. This is a very good move. Yeah, this should be enough. This should be enough for a draw. So after knight b5, the queen probably goes somewhere. I mean, the big question is what happened. No, we're actually not threatening c takes b5, so this is not a very good move. I wanted to take on b2. We're not. Rook d6 or maybe even some move like h4 or bishop e4.
Regrettably, queen c4 doesn't work. Because
then,
you actually
then suddenly we are threatening to take on c.
And there is queen f7.
So where does the queen even go? Rook b6 for humans, let's get back to this for a second here. We just take on b5 here, chess live. And there is no good way to attack both the rook on b5 and the pawn on e6 because the pawn on e5 is hanging.
Yeah, rook e5. I mean,
Yeah.
that's where I.
Yeah, if
kind
you
of
imagine
calculated, like
the pawn from
queen
h2 being on f4, probably queen a6 just wins the game on the spot, but not here. And this position is just a draw. Because once we've like consolidated with the two rooks against the queen, even this position probably is a very easy draw. And black obviously is not obliged to give up the pawn on e6 at all. But I suspect this is also a very, very safe draw for black. Because on an empty board, the two rooks are just very, very much stronger than the queen.
Yeah, you just double on the b file and.
Yeah. So the queen has to go somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where. I assume. I mean, one noticeable thing is that we can do this, right? But we're probably not much better at all, or maybe not even better here because of how strong this queen is and how strong the knight on d6 is. Why not knight takes b5? I think Magnus wants to win this game, and he suspects that he's not winning after knight b5 at all. So he is just continuing to play as if he should be playing for a win, kind of disregarding what the objective evaluation of the position is to a degree. But only to a degree, because honestly, like, this doesn't look like this is bad for white at all. I know the engine probably disagrees, but to a human eye, this doesn't look at all clear that white is the side trying to equalize.
Yeah. And especially if you're playing this game with black, and by all the standards, you know that white is playing like in spirit of the position.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
c5 here to stop rook d4?
Here, I think maybe what we kind of got slightly overexcited. I think black can just go like king h8 here.
Rook
g4 and just, I don't know, queen e7 or queen somewhere. And the attack just fizzles.
It only looks threatening. And what's that?
This might be game over, yeah. I will admit I cheated a little bit because I was wondering why it's so pessimistic about this whole thing, and this is apparently the way to parry the attack. If white goes completely in, bishop takes h7 is actually stronger than queen h5 from the very, very quick glance I took at the whole thing. After bishop b4 ba, you are quote unquote supposed to play bishop takes h7 here, and queen e7 queen takes h4 is the right reply, so we got that right. And the position there is somewhat better for black, but not winning for black as far as I understand. Like this line appears to actually be the critical line.
That's completely. I don't know if Neil is still in the chat, but yeah, like should be referred as bonkers. That the fact that you've found all the line correctly.
I didn't find bishop h7. Bishop h7 was suggested to me by chat, but after bishop h7, I think you kind of get the point of queen e7 because you start looking and you realize really nothing solves the issue of rook h4 apart from just physically removing it from the board. So I can't really claim very much credit. I did not find king h8 in the previous line though.
But would you agree that the stronger you become, the harder it is to believe that this attack kind of works? So that you'll spend rook d4, rook h4. I mean, that's how, say, I would play when I was, I don't know, second category, if you know what I mean, right? So which translates to, I don't know, 1,500, 1,600 modern ratings?
Maybe 1,800, but yeah.
So I would think, I'll sacrifice the piece, and then I do this, and I'll checkmate him, right? So basically it's 3 moves.
Yeah, I think, like, if you want to look at it from this viewpoint, I think there will be 2 conflicting emotions fighting, inside Magnus, and I am forcibly reminded of one of the favorite memes I've seen in recent years, which was, not years, recent month, I think, was the thing that said, inside you there are 2 wolves, and you should probably consult a specialist because the optimum number of wolves inside you is 0. So here inside you there will be two wolves. One will be telling you, look at how beautiful your position is. Look at this knight on d6, which is absolutely dominating everything. And, the mating attack you're about to launch with queen h5 and rook d4 and all of those things. And the other wolf will be telling you, you have experience analyzing with computers. Computers will laugh at you here. Computers will point fingers at you and laugh at you. This never works. Stop with it. Win some material back and maybe you will make a draw.
Before it's too late, right?
There's definitely this kind of a fight going on, because I mean, it looks beautiful. What White is doing here, from the purely aesthetic viewpoint, it looks beautiful, and you want to believe it works, because you want to believe in the in the sweetness and light and the fairy tales. But all of us have analyzed enough with machines to know that defensive resources are inexhaustible, pretty much inexhaustible. Like every single position that looks like the initiative is completely overwhelming. Maybe not every single one, but, vast majority of them can be defended to a very, very high standard if you defend really well. So, yeah, it's interesting that Magnus is, once again, let's not oversell this whole thing, but he does appear to be leaving objectivity a little bit behind today in favor of trying to win a very beautiful game of chess.
Very beautiful might be, excessive in this, because I mean he just tries to win, and sometimes it kind of carries you away, really. Like you're not going for the lines that are drawish, and you might end up choosing the the second grade lines, sometimes just purely bad lines. Okay, this doesn't look bad.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, it's like if you look at it from the classical perspective of count the defenders, count the attackers, and all of those lines starting from b takes a4, which appears to be the strongest move in the position. These guys don't really participate in the defense very often.
Yeah. So all the nonsense we were lied about in Soviet chess school.
Once again coming back to the Soviet chess school, and apparently Jan is not at the board, which is. I wonder how they're, like, I assume every player, like, normally from what I hear, the normal setup is both of them have their own, quote-unquote lounge where you can rest. There's probably some, I don't know, snacks and water and coffee provided, and a chair or a sofa. And I assume a screen which will tell you when it's your move. So you can, if you want, actually continue thinking in there. But apparently he's back now, so...
Everyone has its own lounge. Are the Futurama references allowed?
Always, yeah. I won't be able to.
I mean, with blackjack and other stuff.
Yeah, that particular quote I actually know, but that one probably we shouldn't be, going all in on. BA hasn't been played yet, though, and he played C3.
C3. Pardon. And C3 was mentioned somewhere in the chat.
Yeah, that's a version of BA, I'm pretty sure, because I'm pretty sure the idea is to play BA on the next move.
Yes, and bishop. Let's try your bishop h7 now.
Yeah,
it
doesn't work now. Yeah, because of C5. Yeah.
Or check and C5.
This is kind of more daunting for White, because White looks like they're getting somewhere, and then the counterplay is faster. Big question to begin with is, are we even obliged to take? Can we go queen h5, g6, bishop g6, and just completely ignore that this is happening? For now, at least.
Probably that's what you should do.
Yeah, I don't think we have time to spare. I actually don't like including BCBA at all.
How about Sacrificing on h7 nevertheless.
How?
Okay, c3, who cares?
You mean just doing it here?
Yeah. Bishop h7, queen h5, rook d4. What's that?
No, that shouldn't work, right? Because there will be queen h6 there.
Check and too many queens, yeah.
There's also probably mate.
Checkmate
there's
after
probably mate
c5
with
because
queen
f1. It's not the rook on the first rank.
Yeah,
it's
that's a bit too much. We probably shouldn't be carried away this much. But queen h5, bishop g6, I think is probably still playable because if you take king h8, rook d4, you can maybe queen h7 now is very strong now. Very strong as in it will probably make a draw, right? Because in this
it does make a draw.
We're not sure, but we suspect, right, that with the pawn on b2, white will not find it very easy to find here more than the perpetual with.
Yeah, it's so somehow, I mean, if you'd be capturing on b2 after series of checks,
that would be different.
Yeah, then black king is weak, and it might have been. Yeah,
I was kind of briefly considered playing something like queen c2, and then I realized b5 takes a4 is a move you can make in this position,
right?
Which basically instantly forces white to resign. Username is asking what is the point of c3. C3, as I mentioned, it's a version of the same. So Jan kind of settled on, he knows he needs to open files for, specifically the B file for the B8 rook, but he clearly was choosing between BA and C3 and chose C3 as the more attractive option. And if white actually recaptures on C3 and black goes BA, I think he's probably right. I think I like this position sort of more than I like this one. Because the inclusion of c3 and b takes c makes your rook get to b1 faster. You already have a passer on the a file, and you
in those lines that
because you have to assume that by this point white can no longer really bail out by starting to play something like queen a2 and going after your weak pawns on the queen side. White will still have to try to give you mate, and in all the lines where white tries to give you mate, having access to rook b1 check might be very invaluable. But my issue is, as I've already mentioned more than once, is that I don't know if we're forcing white to take on c3 at all.
g6 and queen g7.
Yeah, sure, but I think it's slower because I think we don't actually get access to some of the counterplay we had.
Oh, you mean
I just wanted to play bishop c2 or bishop b1. I don't know which square is best, but I guess. This was pointed out in a different line as well, that black can play c5. I guess c2 is probably better than b1. I'll put it on c2. But c5 is probably very, very strong here because it stops rook d4 and it creates a very strong threat of bishop
kind of killing, yeah.
And the problem with the white attack on the king side is that it really doesn't work unless the rook can join it via the d4 square.
And even then, it doesn't work.
Sometimes it's only good for a draw. But with the rook still stuck on d1, you're just not really giving any kind of mate here at all. The queen on g7 coupled with the bishop on e8 and the rook on f8 will protect enough squares that even the perpetual probably is out of your reach here with white.
All right. So I think we have to back off and just try to take on c3 and maybe play some queen a2.
Queen a2 is not great, but queen c2 maybe. Yeah. Queen a2 just kind of forces black to make the move they want to make anyway.
Yeah.
But queen c2 makes sense. Yeah, queen c2.
But I wasn't convinced black won't play c5
really?
Anyway. I mean that's queen c2 c5. Yeah, okay, check. But how do you get to the h file?
That's very ambitious, but might be very strong actually. Yeah.
Like queen g6, bishop f3 is the problem.
Bishop f3 just stops all of the attack completely because nothing is getting to the h file in this life. And then just a3.
Weird. I mean, one of those situations, when a lot of pieces around the king, and you would think they're attacking, but not.
Yeah. And I guess from what we're seeing in chat, bc b8 and queen c2 is the way to go. And apparently black isn't even better, which is quite striking. I would have assumed black is better here, but maybe your compensation, like the knight on d6 is so strong that if you don't give up the pawn on h7, your positional compensation here is so good with this guy. And
still some potential for an attack on the king side eventually.
I mean, you can't play
Yeah.
c5.
Very importantly, we've
Still-
pinned on the pawn on c6, so c5 is not a move. And yeah, it's not easy to play this position for black. Like you play something like queen e7, and white can play queen c4, or I don't know, h4 might not be a bad move either. There's different compensation for the exchange.
Mhm.
Yeah. So Magnus needs to realize he needs to kind of slow down a bit and stop playing for mate exclusively. And he probably will, not because it's such an easy switch, but simply because I think he will calculate all the other lines and just come to the conclusion that they don't work. I think we're getting to the point where it's no longer really a stylistic choice of like playing for mate or starting to win back material. You've played for mate as much as you could, and now queen h5 is point of no return. If you play queen h5 here or bishop h7, this is point of no return. It either works or it doesn't. And if it doesn't work, you kind of know that you're dead. You know there will be no going back from there.
It's kind of playing for mate, which
Yeah.
isn't there, right?
And he definitely is an experienced and a strong enough player to know that absolutely forcing your position to do something it's incapable of doing is only going to lead to grief. So yeah, I expect he will take some time here, because obviously switching to winning material back here is not in keeping with what he was doing until that moment. But if the sacrifices just don't work mathematically, so to speak, you really have no choice. So what's the timing situation? He's on 25 minutes versus 36, so our clock is actually correct for once.
Queen
and he started with
C2
queen c2.
immediately.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, but kind of quietly in.
Okay, so the immediate difference that I can spot, so that after c takes b2,
I assume we want to take on h7,
bishop
yeah?
check, and there is queen g6, there is no bishop f3. Maybe that's a very important difference.
I was looking at that. Somewhat weirdly, I can still play c5 here. Queen h5,
Queen
bishop f3.
h5? Queen h
3 maybe, yeah.
something?
Because queen h4, g5 I think wins for black.
Ah, g5 is
Yeah,
there,
I think this
right.
loses. Maybe queen h3, and then I have to play bishop g4.
Bishop
But
g4,
it might still be enough
yeah.
for black, weirdly, because queen h4 is still met by g5. Nothing changed.
No, but then hang on. Then you take on g4, king h7, I assume, and a b5, and maybe that's still a game.
Yeah,
Who
but it's
knows?
probably not the game you will like, right? Because the pawn on b2 seemingly survives. And the king on g8, I
yeah.
think, will be reasonably safe. So, yeah, this...
So it's a draw immediately then, right? Knight b5, queen h3?
Queen h3, I missed queen h3. Yeah, then it's a draw.
I mean, more or less, right? I don't believe in
No.
white's perspectives with black pawn being on b2, and I don't see how black avoids
Yeah.
the perpetual.
So, cb2 is one option, and chat is also asking us why is he forcing black to play g6, which I assume is kind of a saner option compared to c takes b2. I guess he just wants to take on c3 now, and maybe with the queen, but I don't see why you would absolutely force black to play ba.
No, I think
I don't really see why you would do that.
Because b file is about to open. Why leave the b pawn?
Exactly.
on
Yeah.
the
G6 played. The sacrifices are still not going to work. You have to assume, right? Because with a queen on c2 and not on h5, bishop g6 is even less of a forcing move. So yeah, you kind of assume that doesn't work. So he probably wants to take on c3 with something, and our current assumption is that that something is a pawn.
So BA4 is pretty much automatic because C5 bishop takes bishop and then AB5
I don't know
we
if
are
it's
not scared
automatic. I
one
can play
bit.
something like Queen G7 here.
Like moving the
Yeah.
queen away. Yeah, you're right. And E5 is actually
E5 is hanging.
right?
Yeah, I think
Queen G7 is one little annoying move now that I'm looking at it. F4 and then I don't know.
BC played. I'm kind of curious about G5 here.
Yeah. That's exactly.
I'm kind of curious
what
about
I was...
G5 here, and it gets crazier and crazier.
And maybe King H1. You won't take on F4
King
immediately.
H1 is
right?
possible, but maybe I can even take twice. Yeah, maybe I can be an unbeliever.
Can be that guy. Rook G1, Rook G4, Bishop H7.
A non-believer.
Yeah.
And there's
once again, I mean, a bunch of pieces which attack.
I thought this was
nothing.
mate, but it actually isn't mate. I probably have to play Queen takes H7 here, which is very boring. I thought.
How is not mate? Queen F1?
C5?
You know the drill, Queen F5.
Oof.
I mean, it doesn't work, right? Rook E1 or something.
I mean, probably does work, right? Yeah.
Rook G8 with the threat of Queen F3.
This is very cute. This is very, very cute.
That's how you do it.
This is a nice line. Yeah, I miss Queen F5. Queen F5 is a beautiful, beautiful move. But we're obviously getting very much carried away.
We made a lot of unnecessary and probably bad moves.
Very probably, yeah.
But at least it's funny.
It ended up being quite a beautiful line. Yeah, BC on the board in the meantime, and
no, but honestly, I mean, all the mess after G5 might not be forced, but Queen G7 exists.
And Jan just insta goes BA. Well, not insta, but very, very quickly. Onsta. I am breaking my own commandments here. That word is pronounced onsta.
Okay.
I mean, I played Queen takes A4, sort of. I mean, my assumption is, having made those moves, you take on A4 because, letting that pawn survive probably doesn't end up being very good for white. But it hasn't been played yet. And Seville says the Queen G7 move was very good for black, and now it's back to being a draw. Yeah. Obviously, we're talking about.
It's moved 26. Magnus is down to 23 minutes. But now it's going to be much easier to play for him. I guess, because at least the objective is clear. So now you're no longer kind of sacrificing on a king side. It's more about controlling black pieces, kind of not letting to play C5.
Yeah,
that's I believe kind of a game he loves and does very well, of course. Not that he does something else poorly, but
I think, and also interestingly, it's not the only decision that Jan made in this game that he made very, very quickly, but it's one of the very few. And it might, once again, we're going off of the computer evaluation here, which is something we try not to do, but it might end up costing him quite a bit because Queen G7 definitely at least deserved to be considered for longer than it seemed to have been considered. And this is, of course, the major difference between this line and starting with BC and only playing Queen C2 here. Because after BC, if you go G6 here, obviously nobody will play Queen C2. White probably just takes on B5 and says,
"Look, there is a very interesting comment in the Twitch chat that I believe you can see yourself. Let's be honest, level of play from both players have not been wasn't good or not good for the World Championship match. I cannot disagree more. To be honest,
I don't think so at all. Yeah.
It's actually, yes, you can make an argument. Yeah, computer doesn't really approve. But those were very complex games, and game one should not fool you, really.
Yeah, I don't think this is true at all. I think these are not perfect games by any means, but this one in particular, but also game one to a certain extent, where the types of games where it's very difficult to play perfectly because of how many options you generally have and how much you have to consider. And in game one, I think you can pinpoint one decision from the two of them, which you can be somewhat harshly critical of, and that's the move that both myself and Vladimir Kramnik were absolutely insisting has to be played. So I think if you look through the entirety of game one, bishop f4 is the one decision which the evaluation change, I think, is the largest between bishop f4 and the moves which are not bishop f4.
And non-bishop f4.
And it's a very human decision, which is very understandable, sort of on a structural level, and just didn't work out tactically. And today, you just don't play positions like this perfectly. There's too much going on and not enough time.
Look, man, what's perfect game anyway? It's unless
Queen
we are
d4, Queen
talking
e4,
about the refutation of Berlin, which is Queen e4, Queen d4 draw. I'm not aware of any kind of perfect moves played on a very high level.
Considering that they seemingly both were sort of out of book by move 14, and this is about as messy a position as you can get by move 14 in most openings, I would assume.
Yeah. And nobody's kind of chickened out. I mean, not that they had too many chances, but sometimes, it's a messy position, but you have a way to simplify and you go.
Yeah, I think...
but now they both playing kind of honest chess, just looking for the best moves.
Yeah. And, of course, machines will point out that some of the decisions weren't optimal, but I'm very much enjoying both the spirit in which both games are being played, but also the level at which both games are being played. I think this is good. And this promises us a very, very exciting match, honestly. If this is what we are likely to get... I mean, I don't think we're going to get a game like today every day. I think, the importance of opening preparation will ensure that such sharp, completely unbalanced positions that we got today, we're not going to get every day. But even if we get them every second round, it's still absolutely fantastic to watch.
No, but I mean, I agree with the point. So that's much better to watch than some dry, sterile, and maybe absolutely correct games.
Yeah. Chess's Win says, I think Magnus is using this to check Nepo's prep and vice versa. Yes, to a degree, but at least in my mind, when you talk, there's a specific type of opening idea that is sort of called, a check in the trade. It's a line where you're aiming for, let's say, you have a slight improvement in some line somewhere, which you kind of realistically expect to get at some point. And if your opponent makes a mistake, you will get an edge. And if your opponent doesn't make a mistake, it will be a draw. And those are very often described as, I just wanted to check his preparation. What Magnus is doing today is showing a very interesting, ambitious idea in a kind of a main line of the Catalan, which, if it works, doesn't win, but leads to very exciting attacking positions. And if it doesn't work, it probably still leads to those positions. So, yeah, this is a slightly different category of an opening idea.
Yeah, I think it's more of a concept, if you can describe it that way, right? So yeah, check the home prep is typically a new move in the poisoned pawn knight.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean that's kind of a. Have you done your homework on this specific move 20?
Mm-hmm. And this is not what he's doing today. Today he, he's not actually a full-time Catalan player. So, to a degree, you can describe the choice of the Catalan as, let's see how well you prepared in your non-Grunfeld repertoire, because I think they kind of expected not to see the Grunfeld if they choose to go 1d4. But the type of an idea he used today is, very specifically, I want to get a very sharp disbalanced position against you and play. It hasn't been analyzed to the death, which is, I think, very evident by the fact that he started thinking by move 14 against, obviously not the first line response, but not a response you can absolutely never ever guess. Jan just sort of defended the pawn here. Like, I understand the engine wants before knight e4 bishop a6 here, but queen d7 is probably like second or third choice if you just start looking at moves which don't lose the b5 pawn. And and then now they're just playing a very, very sharp position. And they're not playing it quote unquote perfectly, but I don't particularly care.
Okay, what do we play after rook f to d8? That's
rook f d8 is telegraphing that you want to play c5. So
more of a practical question, because I was trying to calculate the rook a1 thing, and apparently it doesn't work.
So c5, you wanted to go rook queen a7 or something, yeah?
Yeah, queen takes a7, rook takes a7, and rook d6, and I cannot.
Yeah, we have to play bishop a8, but we will lose. Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, I think this is something that we lose after
check
rook d2 or an immediate.
We probably lose this position. Yeah, we don't want to be doing that. And I think in general we don't want to be taking the queens off. I think, like, what I would like to happen here is, and bear with me because I understand the line I'm going to show you in a second is just impossible. But what I would like to happen is something like this. And the problem is, of course, that in the middle of this line, we're losing a queen in one move. So obviously, I cannot get my queen teleported from a4 to g4 without the trade, and the trade is impossible because the queen is hanging. And therefore, you kind of have to waste a tempo on something like queen c2, and I don't want to be wasting a single tempo here because I suspect that, a position where, no matter how beautiful our pieces look, we are a full exchange down here. So
Okay.
Sure.
I have a question. How about we make a draw and go home happily? And this is queen c4, for instance, to start with, c5 and some sort of king g2 to capture only 4 with the knight.
No, but I think the issue is if you do this, you probably very, very much tempt Jan to.
Yeah, that's an annoying bit. That rook d6. I'm still not convinced.
The point Evgeny was making is that this is a very, very safe perpetual for both sides. But I
not much can
be done
played
for either side. Interesting. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure it's not with the idea of taking on a7, right? Because that would be
rook a1. c5, queen c4,
queen c4 probably,
could be the same thing.
And maybe even take with the knight, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe even take with the knight, because you don't have queen d5 for obvious reasons. And the knight, if it's needed on d6 later, it can return to d6 later. But for now, we're kind of asking black to make a move, and it's not that easy to make a move here. I guess king h8 or queen e7 or something. If queen e7, maybe
on the other
rook a6, rook b6.
Yeah.
I was briefly very excited about rook a6, and then I realized it doesn't really make too much progress.
Maybe rook a5, strangely.
But what I want to say about this position is that I'm not entirely sure we're so much worse after something like king g2, honestly, because of the relative king safety.
Yeah. As long as you keep, say, your rook on the board so that a pawn is not moving, right? You're not scared at all.
I think the knight on e4 and the very, very poor king on g8 compensate for the exchange enough that you don't have to be too panicky about not even generating any immediate threats. c5 played. Yeah, our assumption is queen c4. Queen c4 looks like the most logical move in the position. It's a very good square for it. I don't even know what other... queen c2 is similar, but why would you put it on c2 and not on c4? It's very unclear to me. I don't entirely agree with that statement, BitBoy. BitBoy is saying knight on the 6th rank is overrated in positions where the adjacent files are closed. Jan's rooks aren't really troubled by that knight at all. Troubled, maybe not, but the rook on d8 is very severely restricted by it, which is very relevant.
I mean, it can be relevant. It can be irrelevant. If you manage to get your 2 rooks on the 2nd rank,
but that requires.
By that point you stop caring about.
That
the
requires a lot
knight on
of
d6, but first you
maneuvering.
have to do it.
Queen c4 played. Bishop takes c4 is the natural move here, but we can look for alternatives. I don't really like the idea of having any of my rooks on a8 though.
It's kind of rook b6.
Yeah, takes.
We've agreed on rook on d8 not doing anything anyway.
Yeah, maybe, but actually maybe because it comes back to b8. Yeah, so.
Yeah, and queen c5, queen c6, I couldn't care less.
Exactly,
about this
yeah, or even queen c6 and then rook a8, yeah. Knight e4, we always just put the king in the corner and ignore. Maybe you don't have to take on e4. I'm actually starting to like rook b6 a lot more than I like bishop takes e4. Yeah, and the chat also agrees. Maybe if I want to take on c5, maybe I take on c5 here. Somewhat weirdly. I'm probably threatening bishop takes a8 and queen takes b6. I'm not going to be losing.
Hang on a second.
Rook
d6.
I blundered rook d6. Sorry, yeah. And bishop a8. I mean, loses the piece with rook d1 check, but even without it.
This time it wins. This time.
Yeah, so we cannot do this at all.
I mean, I was briefly checking rook d6, pawn takes, rook a7, but it doesn't really.
Shouldn't work, right? Just queen takes d6, and there is no. I mean, this is a stronger threat than anything white has.
Anything white can do.
So what do we even do in reply? So we take, and then maybe we make some kind of a move like h4. Sort of general purpose move to give more squares to our king, and maybe play h5 later.
We're thinking to be clever with rook a5, but then maybe it isn't that stupid. Because I was hesitant because of checks starting to pile up, but maybe there's nothing wrong with it. King to h3, right? And e6 hanging. That's exactly.
Jan takes on e4.
Jan takes on e4. Okay.
I mean, it's not bad, but I was kind of leaning towards rook d6 of the 2 moves. I assume Magnus takes with the knight. I mean, queen takes is not impossible. Just keeping the knight on d6 is also not a horrible idea, but you do give black time to start making the moves that they want to be making. So I'd be surprised if this happened.
On the other hand, maybe just once again start moving the h pawn. Rook b6, you double on the b file, you're still threatening more or less nothing. So rook b1 squares.
Yeah, so we just play, I don't know, h4 or something.
Yeah, h4, yeah.
No, but then I want to start playing queen c6. This is if I'm given infinite time, maybe I will play queen c6 here. But Magnus does take with the knight, which is something that we.
Yeah, that was my original plan. It just I thought, maybe queen e4 is also not
and
that
king
terrible.
h8, which is also something we discussed. And now, this is the big question, because we've gotten here, and now queen d5 is a very, very strong threat. Knight takes c5 probably is completely wrong because of queen c6, and this is a very
feels silly.
Yeah, this pin probably ends the game.
I have a question. Is queen takes c5 a draw?
Is queen takes c5 a draw?
I don't know why such question, but I presume that I'll take a7, we'll swap the queens, and it will end up being, I don't know, 4 versus 3 on one wing. Queen d5? Okay, probably take. Even though I'm not forced to, queen
Yeah,
e3
you
and
could
rook
you could make
a7.
other moves.
It's not
But yeah, this
worried all
actually
that
does
much.
look like it probably ends up being a draw, right? Because although I'm worried about d5, because if the a7 pawn, like the way white loses this is of course if the a7 pawn survives.
A7 pawn surviving. Okay, here knight f6 was
Knight
an
f6,
interesting
I
alternative.
was kind of unhappy about rook b7.
Yeah, rook a5. And you'll just go d4,
Yeah, I was
right?
kind of unhappy about
that's
this.
something I've forgotten about. Yeah, yeah.
But knight d6 rook
Which might
d7 is
still-
also not that clear.
Might not be hopeless, but
Yeah, and
yeah, that's the point where you start being
a
worried
little
with
bit,
white.
yeah. The chat is asking about queen d3, but I assume we just go knight d6 here. Because, I mean, we can afford trading the rooks on b1 if the other one isn't coming in. And, yeah, I don't see why this has to be worse for white even. Like, if these things get traded, there's a threat of knight f7 to go with the threat of queen a7,
Okay.
so... and he just goes knight d6 back, which was obviously the other way to deal, like, the hard way of dealing with the threat of queen d5, just physically block it from getting there. And obviously, if black does absolutely nothing, we will take on c5 next move, just in a more comfortable setting.
Yeah, we might consider going rook a5 once
Or
again.
that, yeah.
But this time it's queen c6. e6 is no longer hanging with a check. Yeah, so I have to be careful.
Yeah, and I've been kind of avoiding asking what our overlords are thinking about this, but it feels like this should be around equal now, right? Like the general impression of this position you get is that the compensation that this knight and the weakness of the king on h8 provide should be enough to make a draw, but shouldn't be enough for more. I don't think white can be better if black doesn't horribly overpress. And yeah, we get confirmation from chat. Because honestly, I don't even see how you, like, apart from rook b6, I'm not sure what you even play. And after rook b6, I think we can just take and go like queen d4 and claim that we're not worse at all.
Honestly, I still insist on queen a7 being
Yeah, and that as well, yeah. And if anyone needs to make a draw here, it's probably black, because knight f7 check means that you cannot even take on c3 just yet.
Hang on a second. Yes, I'm starting to be a little bit more optimistic. If I'm allowed to play c4, it's probably a draw anyway. But I've achieved quite a lot, right? The rook on sevens, 2 pawns.
Yeah. So maybe, like, what I'm angling towards here is to say that, you know, if anyone has to be careful here, it feels to me that it's probably black, even though
rook b6,
rook b6
is on
played.
the board, yeah?
I mean, queen c5 is very logical. I'm sure there are other moves, but queen c5 does look like a move you sort of autopilot, unless rook d1 is very strong. But rook d1, I'm guessing black will not hesitate to make a kind of a correction to their previous play with king f8. Knight f7 was being a threat.
A little threat.
But the way to sidestep it is just to play king g8 here, and we've pinned ourselves along the g-file, and I don't know why we've done that. I don't think this improves our chances as white at all. Or you
could have gone
or
rook
rook
f8
db8
as well,
maybe.
because
Rook db8 is
rook
even better.
d8, yeah.
Yeah. So I assume we take on c5 here, and rook c6 doesn't look right. I guess we go rook db8 anyway. But white can play something like king g2, and yeah, I'm struggling to figure out how white can ever be worse in this position.
Okay, here at least you can trade the queens, take on c3, right? So can you?
Yeah, I think this is a draw, right?
You're just on time.
Yeah, I think specifically, this might be the only move in the position that doesn't lose, but it's enough. Just rook b3 to have an option to go rook b7 here.
But black never wins this,
No,
right? I mean,
no,
you
no.
can
Like, we're not worse.
just.
I just don't think we're worse with white.
And knight f6
And knight f6 wasn't forced,
I
yeah.
mean, you could have gone knight
yeah,
g5.
knight g5 is actually, I only considered knight c5. Knight g5, maybe we play on with white. You know? No, probably not. Probably still not.
I mean, it's just a draw. Knight e6, rook. No, I mean, you could have traded rook knight e6, but it's a
three
draw,
three
right?
against 2 is also a very easy
rook-
draw, of course, yeah.
It's 4 against
Knight
knight
g5,
g5.
we even get to preserve it for a while.
Yeah, I mean, but black doesn't
it's-
lose as well. Yeah,
it's
h6
just,
g5.
it's just fine for everybody.
Yeah, I've seen a comment in a Twitch chat that said new to the channel, but seen Peter Svidler and in the preview. So I mean, it's not only you're new to the channel, but the channel itself.
The channel itself is in its
kind of born a couple of days
infancy,
ago.
yeah. So very happy to see quite a lot of people
Yeah.
actually watching together with us. It's very uplifting. No joke.
Who's Levitov? A friend of ours, and also the person who started kind of a couple of years ago already, or okay, 1.5 years ago, started the Levitov Chess channel on YouTube in Russian, which I've taken a huge part on.
Yeah, and if you do
yeah.
speak Russian, I feel like it's by this point it's very clearly the best source for sort of current affairs programming, and also the channel does fantastic interviews. Some of those interviews are in the video roles we are supposed to be using during breaks, but like what breaks? There are no breaks, so you are being deprived of a chance of watching those interviews.
And chat discusses the idea that this stream, and I presume it's a Twitch stream we are talking about, will get 1,000 viewers by the end of this match.
We hope so, but it's not guaranteed.
You know, that's on you guys.
Yeah.
Spread the word.
But I mean, in all fairness, the quality of commentary on offer at this World Championship match is absolutely beyond belief. Like you like the three main options before this channel, announced and threw its head in the ring, so to speak.
Yeah, so basically you can have a stream with two grandmasters. I mean, two proper grandmasters, and instead you came to a stream where there is one proper grandmaster, which is not me.
None of us are proper grandmasters anymore. Anyway, moving swiftly on, and I don't think I will be doing recaps though, Sam. I apologize, but
yeah, it's a Hearthstone commentator, and I will not describe what the other guy is doing nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, running the show live and then doing recaps as well is slightly too much. I think I've done this in earlier years, but I was sort of younger and more naive, and sadly, those are evaporating.
Nothing sad about it. I mean, time changed. The times have changed. There's not much to be said about.
Yeah, and I want to. Whoops, that's not something I wanted to do. Yeah, wave the book at the author of the book who just showed up in chat. Hi to Andrei Terekhov, who wrote what appears to be a definitive work on Vasily Smyslov, and there are more volumes coming out as far as I understand. So Queen c5, Rook d8, and King g2 played as we were sort of expecting.
Yeah, absolutely correct point. The recaps should be minus EV, because everybody's going to know that there will be a recap professionally, edited, and you will provide people with all the gist from the game, and they don't have to talk to my nonsense, to listen to my nonsense for a few hours. So of course everybody's going to watch the recaps and not the real thing.
That's, I think, the best way of answering what's the name of the Smyslov book.
It's named
The Life and Games of Vasily Smyslov Volume 1 is currently out, and I think there's work being done on Volume 2.
Yeah, and other commentators out there also saying this is zero risk for white. And I would probably just like make sure the queen c6 check is a draw and just take the draw here as Jan. I don't think there is any reason to believe black can even be better. The issue with that is in the line we were discussing, as I now realize, knight e4 is just a mistake. You should be playing knight f7 check. And maybe this is not such an easy draw. Imagine a volume 2, says Nizahid. Yeah.
Король
Just
g8.
imagine somebody actually working on volume 2 of anything.
You mean knight g5, and I'm losing the pawn, but I'm also sad about it.
Yeah, and the biggest point here I think is this, right? Because I'm taking this guy and then I'm playing 97 in the end, and this might not be a draw at all. Yeah,
You have I did, honestly.
I did have an improvement there, didn't I? Well, yeah, that's a bit stronger.
No, I was looking at h6, to be honest. Knight e6
hang on.
and still couldn't make it work. Knight e6, rook e8, and there is rook g7, the silly check. And you
we just collect everything. Yeah,
the whole caboodle of my pawns, as Lorinda would say.
Everything. It's not great. So yeah, if you can't play queen c6 check there, then like your immediate bailout options are somewhat limited. And white will start pushing like c4, queen d4, c5, some kind of a plan like that, or the h4,
And look, and rook c6 pretty much the same, because it seems I can take on a7 with the rook,
or
right?
the queen even, like.
I don't know why exactly. Yeah, queen takes.
Both seem to be completely fine. Yeah, this is good, and also queen a7 is completely fine as well. Probably transposes to previous line.
You know why? You know what? Rook a7, because now knight e4 would actually win, or not? No, it won't. It won't. Never mind.
Yeah.
More or less
so
the same.
black probably.
Can we confirm that the Mr. Dodgy in the chat is a real Mr. Dodgy? Because Dodgy,
of course we can.
I mean, no mod badge.
This needs to be a.
This.
I'll get on that. Yeah, hang on. I don't even need to say I'll get on that because I am a mod, right? So
you are a mod.
Probably am. It's within my powers to actually do this right now.
Imposter confirmed.
I know. Apparently, being a mod is not enough. Sorry, Dodgy. Not happening right now. I will talk to the powers that be. A6 and instant king h3.
Instant king h3,
stopping
right?
The queen trade.
Yeah, there was something about a6 saves. So apparently.
Well, I mean, just stopping all those lines where rook takes a7 was
saves the pawn, right?
Yeah, king h3. So where is the queen going after queen c6? I'm guessing.
Yeah. That's a big
or maybe
question.
We're doing this.
And queen e7, and
this is just a draw. No, hang on.
Isn't
it? We're threatening mate in 2, right?
Not exactly as I would describe a draw. Queen f3,
maybe it is a draw. I mean, this is sort of what I had in mind, because now probably we have to give the perpetual.
Knight to g5 was the strange alternative.
Yeah. If you.
I mean, it's still like if anyone continues.
Yeah, because queen f5
right?
actually there is not a single check here, and I think black loses, right?
Queen's hanging.
Oh no, there is a check from d3. So we go. This doesn't work. I was going to go rook 6 b7, queen b7, queen d3, but there is queen f3.
Queen f3.
So black actually loses here, I think. So you might have to play queen h5 check, but then your queen is extremely sad.
But then the queen is
the queen is extremely sad here. You might lose this position very, very easily because
because how do you avoid getting I don't know what? You're not checkmate. It's just white's going to play h4 and collect all the guys on the other side of the board.
Rook c6.
Rook to c6. Okay.
I mean, an interesting kind of a subplot here is, do we want to make sure we prevent rook takes d6 in this position? Like, does Magnus think he should be playing for him? Because I somehow feel like queen e3 is a more like it's a nicer looking move than queen d4, but it does allow black to to simplify. And black probably is a little bit worse here.
Simplify and suffer after c4
Yeah,
still?
but
Question mark.
but
Okay,
I'm
maybe
guessing-
maybe not a
but
lot
I'm
of
guessing it's a
suffering,
draw.
right?
I'm guessing it's a draw because eventually I think this gets traded for this, and
Let me show off with my tactical skills. Rook d1.
Nice,
I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but
yeah, it is
it's,
a nice shot though. You do pick up the rook on c8, and then I assume it's a draw anyway, right? Some kind of a draw like this. But Magnus just says no. I'm not interested in trading my horse on d6 for.
They missed rook a6. We missed rook a6, dude. I mean, I don't know what
Where?
kind of rook a6 we missed, but we
Yeah.
certainly missed rook
It's your
a6.
tactic only
That's what-
better.
yeah.
It's your tactic
Brilliant.
only actually winning the
It's
game. Yeah.
The same, but the actual
Yeah,
one
but
that wins.
the one that
right?
actually wins the game, which is an improvement, obviously. Yeah, that's it.
Does it? Because you collect the damn thing
Yeah, with
a
a
check. You have to be familiar with rooks on b8 being taken
Thank
with a
you.
check. I mean, I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
for that, but
Much appreciated.
it's already some time passed
Yeah,
already,
yeah.
Peter. I mean, you have to move on.
That's what they say, yes, but we never do. We never move on. Anyway,
yeah,
queen d4 on the board. Clearly claiming that there's absolutely no need for him to allow any kind of simplifications. Let's just play c4, c5 is one kind of obvious idea to absolutely kind of cement the knight on d6 in place, make sure that it never gets traded for anything. Jan goes king g8, which is also understandable because, yeah, you want this king close, so you don't want to be thinking about like back rank issues if the queen could somehow get to those squares. Knight f7 check was like needed to be considered.
Mm-hmm.
It does make you more susceptible later on to knight e4 f6 ideas, but that's clearly later on because white is also very clearly not trading queens to get the king, to get the knight to f6.
Mm-hmm. So is the queen on d4? What's our plan? On the other hand, okay, queen d4, queen e3 something, but what's our plan?
I don't know. I think like the black setup is very solid with the rook controlling the one open file, so we cannot play like for like rook b1, rook b7 ideas. I would maybe play c4, c5, and then see like if you continue passing with black, just for illustration's sake, maybe my plan is something like this.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, clearly black will do something. Clearly Jan is not going to just knock on the table and say check. A move of some description is coming after c4. But that would be my initial impression of what a proactive plan for white might be in this position.
Mm-hmm. And strangely, the pawn on c5, even though it's not protected
It's
with
very
the
difficult
knight,
to attack
it's
it. Yeah, maybe
impossible
queen
to
a7,
attack
yeah.
it.
Maybe we don't even want to play c5 too early. Maybe we just play c4, and then we immediately start thinking about rook lifts. And I understand that once the rook reaches the f3 square, like in the line I was showing, let's say king h8, rook a3, king g8, like it's stupid, but just for illustration's sake. I understand rook f8 exists, but now maybe we can play rook b3 and claim we've achieved something. Claim that, black had an open file and now they don't have the open file available to them, and maybe we can start making some progress on the queen side. I don't know what that progress is.
Yeah, and with the b file being ours, kind of, we could think of well, not necessarily a Nigel thing, but f4, king g4, h4.
Yeah, you can start.
You
can
one
start
day.
shuffling towards the enemy king like that. Sure, in preparation for endgames, maybe. Yeah, c4 played.
C4
Yeah,
was
c4
played.
Yeah, let's see what Jan thinks about this. This is move 36, so both of them have plenty of time to get to the time control and take a breather.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit afraid wouldn't be a proper word, but I had a clear plan of what I'm going to do today's evening when the game's going to finish before the first time control. I mean, right after the opening, because I thought, yeah, hell, this can't last forever. And now we are entering this potentially this grind territory when it's gonna be 0-0 on every single engine's evaluation, but we all gonna know that it's Magnus who's playing for win. He'll be avoiding the simplifications, and it can last. And the draw is not given.
The draw needs to be earned, even if black is not worse at all. It sounds a bit weird to claim that something needs to be earned in a position where I'm sure the engines aren't giving white anything at all. Queen c7 played in the meantime, which is kind of sensible, stopping c5 and also hinting that maybe if you let us, we will play queen b6. You can also kind of make an argument that maybe this is an invitation to for white to reconsider and allow rook takes d6 with something like queen g4, right? So we will see.
But this time we don't have any clever.
There are no
tricks,
tricks
right?
here, so I assume this actually holds. I mean, it's a bit better for white because the king on h3 is safer than the king on g8. But yeah, I don't think there's enough material on the board for white to make any kind of a serious headway. So this is an interesting kind of a little subplot here. Magnus obviously sees that queen g4 forces either rook takes d6 or the queen going to a poor square again. The only way for black to protect the pawn on e6 here is either return to d7 or e7, and then he can maybe go back to this plan, or like any active plan that he wants, because black is once again kind of stuck looking for anything to do. Or you have to give up the exchange. And yeah, how much does he want to preserve the current material situation?
One thing is how much he wants, and the other one how much he has the ability to as well. And just, I want to make sure that the tears you have, Peter, it's the cat allergy and not my silly.
I'm actually I took a pill at some point.
You're not sure, right?
I actually took a pill and I think I'm fine. I'm not crying as such. I'm just pretending.
Okay. Because I feel bad now.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, queen g4, now you can go for rook d6.
That's what we were saying, that much of the reason why queen g4 hasn't been played yet is because I suspect, knowing Magnus, he doesn't really enjoy the idea of allowing the simplifications, because he knows it will be extremely difficult to ask any questions at all if those pieces come off the board. But he might not have a better choice, because you do have to make a move. Yeah, he does play queen g4.
He does play queen g4.
And let's see how quickly Jan takes on d6, or if he takes on d6 at all.
If he takes on d6 at all. How drawish is this one though? Like rook d1, you still have queen c6
I can play queen c6, I can also play queen e5. I thought queen e5 is not stupid either.
Queen e5.
More or less forces king g2, because you want to not think about queen f5 or queen h5. And then we can maybe even start hinting that this is a game. That if you
why did we decide that white's better at all? Right.
We do have our own trumps here, and I have.
No, rook d1 is just a bad move then.
I'm not sure what, maybe c5.
Yeah, c5, queen c6 then, right? You're pretty much limited.
Yeah, I was also wondering if you can just, that's probably a little bit too much. You can play,
but
you can play queen takes c6.
3 versus 2 is the queens, right?
I want to take on f2. This is my point. I want to take on f2 here.
King to g7, which I for some reason missed.
Yeah, completely. My point was I was trying to figigure out.
Trying to figure out
if I can do this, but there's probably no perpetual here. Maybe there is. This is probably a draw, actually. I can go queen f1.
Wait a second, f1,
and then I get mated from f8. This is very cute, right?
No. Wait. Queen f1. You know what my problem was? G5 was in my calculation. It was a little
also
bit
in mine, but it's not a legal move you can make, unfortunately. Yeah, we're obviously getting very carried away here. Black is not remotely required to play queen takes c5 in this position. You can play queen c6, you can play... I mean, probably queen c6 specifically. Yeah.
Queen c6.
Probably
Yeah.
queen c6 specifically.
Queen c6. Okay, then, and queen c4.
Yeah, I just want to go like, I don't know, rook f8 and then rook f5. Oh no, king on a6 is hanging. What am I doing?
A6 is hanging. Yeah. No, I mean, it could be some kind of dynamically uncomfortable. For white after rook b5.
No, I mean, you still go rook c1. You never walk.
Yeah, I mean, always have.
Yeah,
the
you
move,
never works
but
here with white.
missed rook b5 completely. Yeah. I actually thought you're gonna have to go rook a8, and then I'll be clever with rook a5 thing, and pressure.
None of this has been played yet, and I honestly expected Jan to play it faster because I don't think you can be better if you don't take on d6. So just sort of making your situation more defined is something that you learn to value quite a bit. But maybe he just doesn't like exactly what it defines. Maybe he thinks it's not entirely equal and then he doesn't need to take on d6.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
9 for Jan, right? If the clocks are correct, it's like 9 for Jan against.
Yeah.
Actually, 4 minutes, not 6 minutes for Magnus, but still plenty considering this is move 37. No issue whatsoever.
I mean, what else? It's like queen e7, and basically nothing changes, and we just go from here,
Yeah,
right?
I don't know. Let's say I go rook a3.
Yeah, but like on the other hand, is it a realistic chance that black somehow gets away around this knight on d6 and activates the rook? Because that's the only argument to
Exactly.
not to take
Yeah,
on d6 when you're allowed to. Yeah, I mean, so it's you might as well postpone it.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah, takes.
Not at all shocked by this decision, obviously.
Yeah, queen takes d6, and now we are about to see c5.
I'm sure Magnus would like to continue pressing here for a bit, but if he is not very precise straight away, it feels like it might fizzle immediately.
Okay, so a new version: c5, queen c6, rook e1.
Okay. I mean, now I definitely am taking on c5.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say. King g7, and then.
Although, like, how?
Yeah, like piling up on a 7th. Queen f5 you're gonna have.
Yeah, depending on where the king
G8
goes. I guess king g8, right? And then
g8, yeah.
I'm not like the endgame after queen f5 is a bit meh. I'm guessing, right? We take, and I mean it's a draw, but it's a bit of a meh draw. I think. Like rook a7, rook b6, king h4. But yeah, I mean, you do make a draw eventually. But I was calculating some kind of stupid line like this. You take on h2. I wanted to play f4, like rook h3, king f6, and pretend I'm being very clever. But I'm probably not. Like h6 is still a draw here.
Mm-hmm.
We come close, but I don't think we actually win or even ask too many questions.
G4.
G4. Yeah.
G4. Is it one of those
maybe we go
positions
h5
where you are?
Yeah, well, let's go h5 instead.
It's just the point, and not to calculate anything.
Like rook g7, rook g5. You can definitely imagine. Like this is still a little bit torturous for black, right? You still kind of have to prove you make an easy draw here, even though you do make a draw pretty much every single time. c5 played in the meantime.
Okay, c5 is played, so perhaps that's exactly the moment where we have to answer why not to take on c5, because that's the question that was asked. We kind of answered.
Yeah, the point is, I think in this position you cannot take on f2. We were calculating that, and I think it doesn't quite work. We couldn't really. Although, hang on a second, I was making some kind of a draw here. I think I was playing queen.
You said queen f5,
queen f5,
right?
If g4,
king g2.
If g4, I think I start with this check, or maybe even the other check is good. No, I think I start with this check. But this is not a draw, right? It just goes to h4 and then queen g3. I think g4 just wins because whichever check we give, there is never g5 because the pawn is pinned, and there is always queen g3 if we give a check from this diagonal. So
And you cannot take the rook because
and you can never take the
FA.
rook because this is mate. So maybe nothing is a draw here. Hang on. So if I do this, I run out of checks anyway. Queen c4, g4, and we are...
Yeah, queen
f4,
yeah. Just
but this is probably kind of winning faster, actually, because this is just mate. Because once again, there's just no stopping this. Yeah, if the queen was, let's say, on h8, queen takes g4 would have been a draw. But I just want to point out that, like, in this position, this would have actually made a draw for black. But
yeah,
which is kind of cute. But unfortunately completely irrelevant because the queen is on b8 and there's always the g7 square available to black. So we think this is why you don't take on c5, even though, I mean, objectively speaking, you just go rook f8 here and you don't lose.
Yeah, 3 versus 2 is a draw.
So I think maybe you can even make an argument that you should do this, just to not calculate anything.
Not only it's a draw, or rather, not only it's 3 versus 2, it's a 3 versus 2 in the rook angle because f2 is hanging
I think the queen's come off. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And you will have to allow queen f5. So probably that's the safest or the clearest way.
Yeah, you can actually do that. If you want to, you can actually do that. You're slightly sad because you will be a bit cut off, right? If the pawn was already on h5, I maybe would have actually done this in a heartbeat. But because now I have to play either kind of an uglyish move king h6 or uglyish move king g8, it's still a draw, but you never want to be cut off on the back rank in these endgames because it does give your opponent...
Honestly, in this particular one, I don't think you care all that
we
much.
just go like rook h5.
Well, like king h6 is not what you want to do.
Just go like this, and it's just a very easy draw, right? Just force h4 to never have to think, then play h5, and then we light up a pipe and smoke it contentedly. Yeah, this is just completely equal. So maybe you just take this practical decision, so as not to even think about moves after queen c6 and whatever it is that Magnus decides to do here. It feels like you're begging a little bit, but you're not begging too much, and you're also never better after queen c6. So if you're absolutely certain queen takes c5 forces a 3 against 2 with queens off, it's not a horrible decision by my account. Yeah, instead of queen f5, you can go rook f7. But yeah, I think that's exactly the argument we were making. With the queens on, I think white is slightly more justified playing on compared to queens off. And yeah, Jan, after some thought, does take on c5. I quite like the decision, I think.
Okay, let's see, because I was not sure if white doesn't have anything else.
Yeah, and goes king g7.
King g7.
I think it's important that you cannot really go for any kind of shenanigans like this because there's queen h5, which provides an additional sort of layer of stability for black. Yeah, I just don't see how you avoid.
Yeah, like kind of how exactly are you playing? Yeah, anything but rook a6 doesn't make all that much sense. Yeah.
There's a question of whether they're playing according to Sofia rules. I think I'm trying to find it here. There might not be any draw offers at all, but I'm pretty sure there are no draw offers until a certain move. Yeah, no draw offers are allowed until after move 40. Yeah, so I finally found it in the text. Yeah.
Man, I mean, if two people want a draw and know about each other's will, they'll find a way.
Mommy and Daddy wanted to make a draw, so they found this beautiful perpetual. Yeah, one of those situations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We've been raided by Chess Weeb on Twitch.
Thanks very much for the raid, and welcome to all the Chess Weebs. Clearly.
Okay, so who's the mummy in this game? It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Hard to tell.
And they also made move 40, right? So Magnus is perfectly entitled to actually thank for a bit before making this decision. But I'm not sure if there is, much to debate in his spot.
So
this really was a very fascinating game, ChessWeb. Yeah, I absolutely agree. It will end up most likely being the final position will look like the entire game was a dry draw, but it was anything but. And it seems like this is very likely to be a 3-against-2, which Jan will hold with his eyes closed. But that does give us, I think, considering that looks like we've sort of shown how the game will end to a large degree, I think we can, now that they've reached move 40, show you one of those wonderful videos and maybe go for a bit of a break right this moment. So let's actually do that, and stay tuned. We will be back with the conclusion of the round, of course. But for now, let them think and
let Peter have some rest. Right.
Yep. See you on the other side of the break.
Vishy, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you clearly.
Fantastic. Hi.
Hello, Vishy. Do you hear me?
You can hear me now. Okay, good. Hi, Bloody. How are you?
Yeah. We just finished the 11th games, and I just congratulated you.
I saw the happy draw report, but.
So my congratulations again. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, Vishy. Thanks for joining us. We analyzed all the games from game 1 till game 11. Quite an interesting match.
Yes, it was.
So many.
I mean, as always, more is hidden than is shown, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Much more, but already much less after our 4 videos. Much less is hidden.
Sure.
What is interesting?
By the way, I wanted one question, Vishy, from me first. Why did you choose to start in the game 3 Bishop D6 and only game 5 Rook G8 in Meran?
Well, if I remember correctly, Bishop D6 we had not yet discovered this problem with A4 B4. So there's move B4 somewhere refuting it. And at that moment, Bishop D6 was our main line. I considered Rook G8, well, it's nice, it works, but we have something that works, let's stick to it. And only after we realized that Bishop D6, this move B4 somewhere in the, and white is just killing, yeah. And only after that we switched.
It's not maybe totally killing, but yeah, it seems to be very, very serious. Yeah. We found it all in between of games 3 and 5. Yeah. In fact, because Vishy, I told us that when you played Bishop B7, I took on B5, and I thought that your plan was actually to play Rook G8 and not Bishop D6. Yes, do you hear me?
Vishy's thinking.
It's a bit confusing. I mean, Bishop D6 was the line we spent most of our time on in our training. And I think at some point, Rook G8, we had started some work, but the focus was Bishop D6. So that was my first line. And then I was still very hopeful that Rook G4 and the impact of that move and everything. But when later on we realized how difficult that is, I mean, it's also difficult to switch sometimes because with black, you may switch. We could already have gone to the Vienna, what we did much later. But somehow I was hesitant to switch, and the whole rest day, we first tried to solve this. And after losing half a day trying to solve this, then it's harder to change direction. So then we decided to go with this Rook G8, and Radek solved some last problems literally 20 minutes before I left, and then that was the state in which I arrived. I think that was the sequence.
It was exactly the same story with me. Like some 20 minutes before I left, everything was solved. On Rook G8.
Right.
But this is a special story, which hopefully this stream will be translated in English, so you will listen to this story.
No, but
everything was solved, but I was not aware of it.
Yeah, what is interesting is that yesterday I've started reading your book, Vishy, which is a very interesting book. Actually, I highly recommend it. And I've read a story there about Game 5 that you were trying to call your assistants, or how do we call it in English?
Seconds trainers, yeah.
Seconds, yes, and you couldn't reach them, right?
Well, so
is it a fairy
this is
tale?
typical. I think Vladdy will understand what's happening. So what happened was we got into the car and we were driving to the venue. And then suddenly I was thinking, what do I do if Vladdy plays Bishop G5? Our preparation was Botvinnik variation. And suddenly in the car, I mean, it's not like I forgot some detail on mode 25. I could not remember the first move. And I was in total panic. So normally it's a very bad situation if you have to call from the car, because anyway, whatever your seconds tell you, they will give you only one or two fragments and you will go crazy trying to remember, because you don't have a chessboard anymore even to see it. But I was so desperate, I thought I will just ask them, please just tell me one move and I will figure out the rest. Just tell me one move, something like that. And we did this. And the variation was spinning in my head. And of course, as soon as I got into the car, all of them switched off their phones and went to the restaurant. This was the only break they got during the match. Yeah. And they were not about to miss it. So we arrived at the venue. Still, I had no idea what to do against the Botvinnik. So then Aruna tells me, well, good luck.
Go for it.
And that was it. But in fact, in the rest of the match, we were having the situation all the time that I knew what to do against D4, but I had no defense to E4.
Which was my second question.
We were preparing all sorts of dragons and things like that, and they were collapsing here and there. And, it's always this kind of churn. But I think the problem is also because it's never played, you worry about all the lines, whereas at least in D4 you think, okay, Vladdy will do this or this or this, but not everything. And in E4 it seems that he could do everything. I mean, every line looked scary to me, and it was going like that. But anyway, here the problem was it was not even in the Mehran, it was the Botvinnik variation.
But you were both at the car at different cars at the same time waiting for connection from your seconds. Basically, you were Vishy trying to reach them, and Vladdy just didn't get a call. He required. So it's a bit of a detective story,
Yeah, that's actually very interesting.
I didn't know this other bit. I didn't know this other bit, but
no, because
yes.
in two words, he didn't know what to do on Rook G8 in the Mehran. Yeah, and they had like 1 hour and a half to analyze it. And if they call him in the car, at least he could have got some ideas what to do. So he came to the game.
To start with, I mean, the guys forgot twice to analyze it. I mean, during the rest day. I mean, I told twice that Rook G8 is very serious, please analyze it. And then when I came like 2 hours before the game for the final checkup, and then all of a sudden I realized that Rook G8 is not analyzed, basically. And that was a total horror for me. And then in a rush, they started to analyze. I started to prepare something else. And at some point, I just saw that I'm losing. I mean, I'm just already not in time for the game. So I ran to my car and just didn't have time, to talk about Rook G8. And then they didn't call me in the car. And finally, I decided to go for it like literally at the moment when the clock was pushed, yeah, for the first move, because I didn't know what am I going to play, and I was just praying, okay, help God, please not Rook G8 in this game, and it's exactly what I got, yeah, on the board. So again, just for you, Vish, that actually, like, the position when I already had maybe like 25 minutes left on the clock, it appeared to be after, when I came back, the guys, they told me that they had this position, and actually they wanted to recommend me exactly to play like that. So I could have got it with 1 hour 55 instead of 25 minutes. So it was a funny kind of interesting coincidence. Interesting coincidence, and it was I mean, it's quite interesting, especially since you also had the same issue exactly the same day. So it seems like it was a crucial game. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, game 5, sure.
Yeah, and then of course, I mean, I already told in those videos that absolutely brilliant game 6. I mean, I can congratulate you, Vish, with this fantastic game. I mean, just perfect. And that is, I have no complaints to anyone, including my trainers, my parents, you know, that I lost this game because that is just a brilliant game. Yeah.
Yeah, game 6 was well played. Yeah.
Vishy, were you
maybe of course? Sorry.
Yeah. Please continue.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, were you a bit worried after game 9 and 10 when Vladi started playing better and you didn't manage to solve all the problems and lost game 10 actually?
Well, after game 10. Yes, I was, let's say, in full panic mode. And I'll explain why. I had the feeling that I didn't have a 2-point lead, that I really had a 1-point lead. I felt that if I lost game 11, I would lose game 12 also. So in a sense, I felt I only had this 1-point lead. And already by this point, I realized that Vladi had turned the match. And to some degree, I was lucky that he didn't have this strategy of just playing some quiet move. I mean, I'm still annoyed that Rook E1, which is, to me, is such a harmless move that I could not find any plan against it in game 10. He just made this quiet move with his Rook. I almost thought he was so desperate that he didn't find anything. He just made a move. But it was effective. And anyway, so after game 10, we went back and we decided, let's do this. Let's take a whole team, a whole world championship team, and try to find a draw with white after e4. And I mean, nowadays you get even more forced variations, and I think Wesley probably has a full repertoire. I mean, I saw some interview of his where he says, quite seriously, he says, I checked short draws in all lines, so I was very confident here. Something like for the Grunfeld, he has this Leningrad line which ends in a draw, and all these popular draws. And literally our job was like that. So to take every opening which can be solved and just solve it, or get a totally dry position. And every...
But Vishy, why not d4? Why not in d4? Isn't it simpler in d4? I didn't know at all what to play against d4. I mean, how to get a minimal fight. I felt that if something unexpected happened in d4, and by now you can imagine my dreams. I mean, every Benoni, I would start with +4 evaluation, and then 3 moves later I'm lost. That's the sequence in your head, and you feel that everything is unfamiliar. And I suddenly thought, e4 I really know well. I mean, I couldn't see you playing any Rylopers. I couldn't see you playing so many openings I could eliminate. Sveshnikov is gone. I mean, just so many lines are easy. And we even spent some time solving Pirt's defense and center counter and everything. So then it seemed to me e4 was good. And also I thought switching back at this point maybe would catch you off guard. It wasn't very important to me to catch you off guard, but I thought at least there's a small hope. Yeah, my guess was also exactly what you said, that you wanted in this important game to get to some positions which you know better from your childhood and so on. So I that was my guess actually today when we spoke about it. But I was even more worried about d4 because I don't remember. I wanted, I think, to play some totally nonsense King's Indian with knight bd7, where probably I would just lose it 25 moves. Because I could. But anyway, yeah.
I mean, that can happen, but on this day, I was just not there. I realized that I could only solve limited strategic ideas, like make a draw, go there, every line will do this, and these last three positions which we cannot solve, I will play. That's it. I could only do something limited because I felt that at the board I would keep on with this conflict. Should I simplify? Should I press for advantage? I mean, because you realize when you play for an advantage, you will always leave some small openings that you when you play normally, you feel fine. But when you're thinking of a draw, it's a very negative state. I think the most important thing was I understood best to go there as in a professional negative state and finish it. That was sort of the logic. Because I also felt that if I had a 1 point lead and I was playing black, nothing was sure anymore.
Yeah. I mean, then, but I like this professional.
All right. Apologies for interrupting what is like genuinely very, very interesting content. And once again, I will remind you that this channel is called Levitov Chess for a reason. There is Levitov Chess World is a very, very new channel on YouTube and an absolutely fresh Twitch channel. It basically did not exist a week ago, but Levitov Chess on YouTube existed for a while and has very, very interesting content of all kinds, including interviews like this. And do watch them if you like them. They are very good. But there is still a World Championship game going on, so maybe we should take a look at that. As we predicted, Rook takes a6, Rook f8, followed quite quickly. I will, because I'm an idiot, show you a better version of that stalemate that I found in the other line. It still doesn't work from this position. Black actually loses here, but I found a very beautiful way to make that stalemate, which is sort of less ridiculous than queen d4, queen g8, and then queen takes g4. If you play queen e4 here and queen d8, you can play queen e7 check. Unfortunately, I just now realize it loses to g5 check. Okay, I'm taking it all back.
You can take the queen now, no? Queen d8, the g5 pawn's pinned.
I did preface it by saying because I'm an idiot, so I think it's very much on brand here.
Oh, wait a second. You were not forced to lure the pawn to g.
Yeah, we didn't even need that. Yeah, we could have done it in some slightly different way. I don't know, like queen e2 or
queen e2, queen d8. Yeah, just let's imagine. Yeah, let's imagine the queen was.
This
on
is a kind of a cute stalemate.
Be a stalemate.
But
and somewhat unexpected one.
Anyway, so Jan, as expected, played rook f8. Magnus kept, of course, his pawn alive by playing f4. And in this position, I'm a bit surprised Jan didn't play rook h5, actually. I think after rook h5, the only way not to immediately agree a draw is to play rook a2. And then we can still milk it for all it's worth by playing, I don't know, king g7 or perhaps even h6. Because, as I pointed out before we went on break, if you meet rook h5 with h4, now we go rook b5 and we go h5 check. And white cannot even get what Magnus got in the game, which is still a draw. But he is sort of absolutely correctly playing on there, because you can imagine this going sort of wrong. Instead, the game went rook b5, rook e7, rook a5, rook e5, rook a7. And Magnus went h4 here, and it seems like it's the same position, but of course it isn't, because you cannot really play h5 here, because you will lose to king g5 and f5. This means that white gets the pawn to h5, and can now, pretend there is something going on. There's still not very much going on. The problem with white's winning chances in this endgame is that even this is a draw. Like, this is sort of the absolute maximum that white can get in these endgames. And even this endgame is, strictly speaking, a draw after something like, I think the way to do it is maybe to play h6 and then just stay, right? You do allow this setup, but this setup doesn't win.
Somehow doesn't
it looks
win,
scary,
yeah.
but none of this actually wins. But obviously, you would, if at all possible, prefer not to have to demonstrate that. Because this endgame people have actually lost in the history of, I mean, strong players have lost that particular endgame. It's not at all impossible. So you would like not to have to play it, and I don't think white has a very comfortable way of forcing it to appear on the board, and Jan, very understandably, of course, is not going to take on h5 until it's good. But yeah, I think rook h5 on move 45 here made very, very good sense, because I think you could have potentially, although now I realize maybe you can play h3. I kind of forgot you can play h3. Maybe it doesn't do very much. You still have to play very similar positions. So and sort of happily for us, Magnus is not trying to slow play it in any way. He went g4 here, which allows Jan to actually win the pawn back if he wants to. The question is, should he want to or not? And I think he should. Yeah, I think you should just instantly do this, because g5 is not very threatening. You can just go, let's say, king g7 and then start giving checks from behind. And I think this is a comfortable draw.
May I interrupt you with one thing? If we are sure that black's h5 loses, right? I mean, the moment he allowed h5, black has played king g7, right?
Yeah. Maybe he could. I very confidently said h5 loses here, but honestly,
no. I mean, it probably
I'm
does.
I'm not actually sure. It might be a draw. It might be a draw anyway, because we go rook g7 check, and
I mean, here you have rook g7. That's what the somewhat weak engine suggested on chess 24. But I thought, you can't do much.
Yeah, I think it's,
right,
yeah.
like
Maybe you could have also done this. It feels a bit weird to to kind of compromise your position to this extent, but it still probably holds quite comfortably. And instead, what Magnus has done is he's
but wait a second. My point was that white could have speculated. Okay, let's assume that h5 is bad for black, right? Then white could have speculated with king g5. So my point is, I want to play h5.
But he played h5, not without allowing king h6.
Not letting you play king h6.
Interesting.
So, and h6, king g4, I'm not worried a bit.
That's actually a very solid point, yeah. That's a very solid point. And it might actually hinge on the fact, I mean, to a degree, that we now assume that this is a draw, right? Because king f6, I guess we go rook a3, and we're not horribly worried.
Check on e7? King f7, king h7, right?
Yeah, I think, important not to blunder this setup, which does win. But I guess we go king h7, king f8, king h8.
King f8, and you go here, and nothing to
Seems
be
like
done.
To me. I don't think there's much happening. And what they got in the game is Jan very understandably just snap equalized the material. Magnus went rook e6 and then g5, a position he could have gotten via a number of different move orders. Rook g1, king f2. Okay, how comfortable of a draw is this? Because rook g4, we go king f3, and then we go rook h6. I mean, I assume it's a draw, but is there any way to create significant issues?
Okay, if I just go to the A file and try to
exactly. I think that's what he played. Yeah, rook a1, and now you just start giving checks from this side,
or attack
the
f pawn, give check, whatever.
You probably end up in this position, right? Now we go
h3
h6.
h6 was the plan. Rook f3 rather than, but it's okay. Yeah,
this is the same. Yeah, this is just very comfortably drawn. The pawn on, in particular, if white ends up with the g pawn, then you can even,
Yeah, king h5. You can forget the Philidor.
You can even just do this.
You can be dumb as ever, and still.
I think I told
not
this
to
story
lose.
on stream once, but I was at least I don't know if it's true, and because of its somewhat derogatory nature, maybe it's not, but there's supposedly a very famous story about the great Belarusian tactician called Viktor Kupreychik, who was truly one of the most exciting attacking players of his age, was unbelievably dangerous to anyone on his day in sharp tactical positions, but was perhaps not the best technician going around. And the story goes that he once got this position as the stronger side and continued playing it for like 15 to 20 moves, and then sort of threw up his hands in disgust and said, I must be completely off my rocker today if I can't win this completely winning position. Which, once again, I don't know if that is true, but that's what I was told when I was a kid. And might be, who knows. Rook h6 in the meantime is on the board, and I think Jan will just kind of make sure that what we've just shown is in fact pretty much forced, and it is, because
yeah. Wait a second. Now I don't even see how you continue, right?
Yeah, like if you go in this direction, I will continue giving checks from the side, so that doesn't really achieve anything at all. Like I probably can take on h6 even in this position, but I don't have to. I can just continue giving checks without having to calculate this endgame. So the only real square on the entire board where the king can hide from checks is the h4 square, just as we demonstrated.
Is the h4 square.
And then we go either rook f3 or rook a4. I don't know. I don't think there's a difference. And then we go h6, and everybody goes home. Seems like this is extremely likely to happen, because also, like from Jan's position, you don't really want to be playing rook h1 in the current position, and you don't want to be defending this 2 against 1, because as we mentioned, it is still a draw, but it's a draw where you will get very, very annoyed.
Like
and with a pawn on h7, it might not be a draw, honestly. Yeah,
I wouldn't be betting on this being a draw. Yeah, I mean, even if it is,
like,
right?
if we imagine this position, I don't know, pass. Once again, maybe you can find a situation. Although the king is close enough that this is never a draw. Yeah.
Right.
The king really needs to be the king really needs to be somewhere around f1 for this to be a draw.
Yeah.
And if you can't do that, so eventually what will happen is white will play king g4, white will play rook h1, white will play probably f5, right, at some point.
I mean, go to a file.
I don't want to allow h6. I'm very worried about allowing h6
still,
which is why I'm starting with f5.
So king h. Yeah.
And then eventually the king will be on h5, the pawn will be on f6, and you are really, really not guaranteed you will make a draw in that position. So, I mean, Jan would find that sequence that we showed anyway, but the fact that everything else kind of looks like you might lose will further incentivize him to find it. And he already played rook a4, rook a3 a couple of times. And Magnus actually declined the invitation to go to g3 and h4 because Magnus knows it's a draw. So he is kind of checking, but...
it's already a draw.
Okay.
Chess 24 says.
Apparently...
So apparently it was just... yeah.
I mean, they both know that the game ends exactly like this. King g3, king h4. You attack the pawn, you make sure white only can play rook f6, and you play h6. And this 1 against 0 is not a difficult draw at all.
Okay, so GG for both of them. I think it was reasonably high level game.
We had this discussion somewhere around move 30 when mistakes started creeping in, and people started saying that, for a world championship match, this is kind of shoddy. I don't think it was. I think it was a very interesting, very difficult game, which they handled quite well. And the choices that they made, which were sort of suboptimal, are very, very difficult choices in a practical game when you have really nothing to help you properly orient yourself in the complications. I think it was a very, very good game, and I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing so far in the match in general.
Yeah. So, shall we click through the game
I
once
guess,
again? Kind of critical moments. I mean, there are too many of them this time, but kind of the turning points. 95 being sort of a new move,
New-ish,
and then
New-ish.
Yeah.
And I think it was explained to us very adequately why exactly you play 95 here instead of the much more popular A4. And it is specifically because of this line, which currently seemingly just makes a forced draw for black. There's been a number of reasonably high-level games starting from here, and it does seem as if black makes a fairly comfortable draw here, despite being a pawn down for most of it. Magnus instead went for this gambit with 95, c6, a4, 95, knight c3. Jan reacted with f6, which is supposedly the best machine move here, and then queen d7, which isn't, but which is an understandable attempt to actually not play against your opponent's analysis, which I think is quite fair.
Yeah.
And then I would need to spend...
E4, everything's logical.
E4 is very logical. Knight b4, queen e2, knight d3 is a very logical sequence. Black badly wants to play b5 before driving this knight away to some kind of suboptimal squares and playing bishop a6, which is a very strong reason to go e5 here, opening up the e4 square for the knight. Jan reacted with bishop b7 and bishop takes f6. Somewhere around here, if, this is sort of a recap, but if we were doing a proper recap here, I would need to stop here and analyze this position for about an hour to get any kind of a sense.
Yeah, I'd say if White really had a kind of realistic chance of winning after the opening, or getting advantage after the opening, it's that moment. I mean, he did go with the natural move.
Somewhere around here, maybe like this move or the next move, because we're basing this on what we saw and what we discussed during our cast, but also we're basing this on what we saw from chat, which was quite understandably, and we don't really mind all that much. It was filled with people who were watching with the help of strong engines. I wouldn't be surprised if this position was actually better for White if you studied it very closely and played extremely precisely. But I have no idea what the first move to even start dreaming of getting an advantage here is, because like 94 just looks so completely right. It feels good to make this move. You're threatening the bishop on f6. You want to play knight c5. It just looks correct. And I was also very much in favor of Magnus playing knight e5 here. I thought it was the right way to go, because you force black to take. You want to put the knight on d6. It looks very, very strong. Knight takes e5, knight g5, as we suspected. I didn't check, but it looks horribly dangerous for black. I wouldn't be surprised if this was just outright bad for black here. But knight c5 is a very good reply.
He did everything correctly. Knight c5, and then strangely there was no other way.
Somewhat interestingly, people who were watching with very strong engines helping them were suggesting that you actually have to give up an exchange, but you have to give it up in this fashion, not with rook b1, which is also entirely non-obvious to me, because the knight on d3 is still alive. You gave up an exchange, you were already a pawn down to begin with, and the best piece black ever had in this game is still on the board. So determining that this is stronger than rook ab1, which is the move that Magnus chose, is not an easy task at all, because the position they got here, I initially thought white should not be worse at all, but as it turned out, white is already worse here, and white is much worse after rook d1, which is also a very natural move, because ba4 is very, very strong, specifically here, connected with the idea, which I think is where Jan might have stumbled, connected with the idea specifically of playing bishop c8 and not bishop a8 here.
Bishop c8.
For really a very, very specific reason, that you need the pawn on e6 protected in this position. You need to be able to play queen g7 without giving up. Without giving up on e6. And people in chat saying that Anish also said he would play rook b1 in a heartbeat there instead of bishop b3. And then after bishop a8, I guess knight takes b5 wasn't all that bad, but Magnus continued playing in a way that gave him chances to create something on the king side. He played bishop b4 here, and once again b takes a4 was unbelievable, like very, very strong according to engines. Game 1 keep bishop pair, game 2 don't keep bishop pair. Yeah,
precisely.
One disagrees both times. Yeah, and I'm sure Jan very seriously considered b takes a4 here, but he felt that starting with c3 was a better way of opening up the b file, and what that resulted in via, I guess, like the only real decision in this game, which I will genuinely call an inaccuracy, because we have already covered some decisions which the computer like harshly disagrees with, but I wouldn't even call them like inaccurate. Like they're not blunders, and I'm not sure if they're mistakes. They are like the strongest I'm prepared to go is an inaccuracy, and the only one where I'm committing to saying this could have been played better is Magnus for some reason chose to start with queen c2 here instead of b takes c3, b takes a4, and queen c2 in this position. And after queen c2, g6, bc, Jan took about a minute to play ba, and not really considering the move queen g7 at all. And the move queen g7 does look like you should spend some time looking at it, because the pawn on e5 is unbelievably important to white. If it goes away, if it gets taken off the board, the knight on d6 immediately looks a lot more vulnerable. And f4, I don't know if g5 is absolutely the best move, but what we were looking at during the stream, with black successfully breaking up the white king side and creating their own play on the king side, it looked very attractive. And Jan also, I think, had enough time to at least, spend contemplating whether queen g7 is any good. And this is really the only decision in the entire game that I'm willing to criticize even somewhat harshly. The fact that he played ba so quickly. And then the game really, I think, never really left the equality margins ever again. Because of how strong the knight on d6 is and how active the white pieces are. And if anyone was pressing from here, it was probably Magnus, but Jan defended quite well, took all the correct practical decisions where they needed to be taken. He did not hesitate to return the exchange on move 37. And also I quite liked the point that he decided not to play the queen in the heavy piece endgame after something like queen c6, because he correctly calculated that in the 3 against 2 the queens are also coming off here, and he knew he would hold the 3 against 2 on one side, which he did without really any alarms whatsoever. So yeah, that's the recap, guys. There you have it.
Yeah, I want to address the line that is mentioned in the Twitch chat. That line has been looked upon.
that is a very, very exciting variation.
BA4, bishop h7. Peter found everything was, the defense was black, like queen e7, take on h4, and we briefly discussed it.
I thought c5 is very strong
our
here.
opinion,
I don't know if it's correct, but I very much liked the idea of actually finally including this guy in the game by playing c5 and bishop d5, making sure that we never actually lose the e6 pawn here. And once the b2 pawn falls, which he probably does, white will be in significant trouble. So it's I don't know if Magnus intended to take on h7 at all, because the way queen h5 is refuted is also not immediately obvious. Like you probably realize your attack is not getting very far once you start looking at positions like this closely, and in particular once you realize the move c6 c5 here exists. Stopping rook
c5
is this is really the killer. Rook takes b2 might also be very strong, and in fact I think it is very strong. But what I think convinces you that you're not going to get there is when you realize this, the move c5 exists.
Yeah, like after rook b2, you're still calculating. When you see c5, and
you kind of nod
had
to
enough.
yourself and you say, yeah, now I know that my position is bad, and the question is whether I can sort of continue posing problems. Maybe you can play something like knight e4 and pretend, but yeah, it's very important not to allow the rook lift here.
Do we think Nepo will feel bad, like feel that he missed something?
I mean, I don't think in today's climate it's impossible to avoid kind of learning. He probably will be asked during the press conference about Queen G7 even, right? Finally we're getting
Kind of to end the stream.
Yeah,
on a
we're
right
finally
note.
getting the content we deserve.
We haven't seen the guy for quite some time, and he's around, and he's not interested in this recap thing.
Yeah, and since it actually is Miro's cat, he doesn't actually mind when he's being handled. The cat I briefly showed on stream is not mine. It's my son's cat.
Okay, enough is enough. We'll need you tomorrow for a proper opening report.
All right. Yeah, and the purring starts immediately. I am so envious. Anyway, what we were talking about, I think most likely he just gets asked about Queen G7 during the press conference. So there's no way to avoid the fact that there were points in the game where he was, supposedly much better. But I don't think he will be hugely disappointed. Yes, it's you can definitely view it as a missed opportunity to win a game with black, which would have been huge in the context of the match. Like, winning a game of chess is difficult at this level, and winning a game against the serve, so to speak, is just tremendously important, of course. But he will also know that this was a very, very complicated game he had to play on his own from like move 10. And I think he'll be okay with it. I would expect to be...
Yeah, it's basically, it depends on what you were thinking during this game and what lines you were calculating. I mean, if you were like looking for a win and then just missed Queen G7, or maybe the other lines you were calculating were like ending up in a bad position, and then you were very happy to find this C3 thing, and then you're relieved. Doesn't matter if this Queen G7 was better for you.
Do you think he wasn't ready for wasn't ready for knight e5 in the opening? It's the second most played move. It is the second most played move, but the split is like, I think there were figures posted in chat, and like there's close to 1,000 games played with a4, and I mean double figures in knight e5, and not high double figures either. So. And really, it hasn't really been played by strong players all that much. Apart from that Adli Matlakov game, which we briefly discussed on stream, there hasn't really been much attempts to make it work from the white side. So yeah, it seems like maybe you could maybe criticize the prep a little bit, but I think it was still solid, and
interesting. It's what move is it? Like move 9 or something, right?
It's 8 or 9. Yeah, it's. I think it's early enough that you kind of have to look at it.
It's kind of, it narrows down pretty much, because Catalan is certainly an option. It's either you had a couple of systems against the Catalan and you decided that today you're playing bishop e7. Okay, that's an option. But if your go-to against the Catalan, if you're planning to play bishop e7, so now this is a very, very topical position. Yeah. And if you're ready to play the Grishuk line, you ask yourself, can he somehow avoid? I mean, the Grishuk line, which is a4 bishop b7. I don't know why I'm referring to it as a Grishuk line, because it was played by Grishuk. Right, and then you ask yourself, can he somehow avoid it? And then you look at queen a4, you look at, I don't know, knight e5 before moving the queen, and you look at queen c2, b5, knight e5, because this move exists.
Yeah, I think you can definitely make an argument that maybe he will be slightly dissatisfied with how well he was booked up here, because you can arrive at the conclusion that you absolutely have to look at this. But I think what is likely to have happened here is that 95 exists, they briefly checked it, and the engines don't really like it all that much. And,
yeah.
or at least they don't really like it all that much until you dig really, really deeply. And then you just kind of make a brief note that 95 is sort of pointless because of c6. Knight takes c6 is absolutely nothing, maybe even gives black a chance to play for a win. a4 we go 95, we're a pawn up, kind of move on, next question. I'm saying this under the assumption that the engines actually aren't very much in favor of this, which I suspect is the case, because otherwise, yeah, you do have a cause to be slightly unhappy about how the opening came out in terms of like winning or losing battles of competing preparation. There was an interesting question, is this a line you can repeat as white? I'm pretty sure there will be more high-level games played at this line, but probably not in this match, would be my answer. I think this will definitely influence the fashion in this particular subline of the Catalan. But I also think you don't generally get to repeat very much in World Championship matches because you know, like once this position appears on the board today, Jan's team in its entirety basically just starts clicking. Yeah, whoever they are, they all start clicking here. And if this doesn't actually refute the Catalan, and very, very few things actually refute the full opening, you know, like it's unlikely this actually wins the game for white. You can expect, Team Nepomniachtchi by Tuesday to have ironed out what you're supposed to do here and to be very, very well prepared. So, yeah, I don't think we will see it in this match, but we will see it outside of this extremely specific scenario.
Honestly, it's 14 games, so I think you just prepare kind of 7 bullets on different directions, and you don't repeat. At least with white, like with black, you're probably repeating if you're.
That's a very good point. Yeah, with black, if you're happy with what your repertoire looks like after you've chosen the direction you want to go in, and this game gives us a very good idea of what Jan is generally trying to do because he played, a solid opening instead of the slightly more romantic opening in the Grunfeld, which he's played his entire life. And he also played the Catalan, we assume, with the very explicit intention of just making a forced draw in this little gambit. Because it is, like, black is not playing for a win here. Black will be a pawn down after BA. How does it go? Yeah, like knight a6, queen c4, bishop d5. This is not a position you play for a win. White has a number of immediate forced draws available to them, and white in general is just a pawn up. So, like, it's clearly not an attempt to win the game. It's an attempt to make a draw safely, basically from home. So this gives us, a first indication of what his approach to the black games in this match will be. And yeah, with black you repeat. With black, if you haven't really been troubled all that much, you will repeat. But with white, you want to continue asking new questions every day. Yeah, you can definitely make an argument that up to a point, Jan played that game more precisely than Magnus folded wood. Who do you think had the better first game with white? The inflection was wrong. What do you think? I think... It's an interesting one.
I don't know. Honestly, I would say so far it was kind of Carlsen in a driver's seat in terms of the direction the game takes.
I think Magnus...
So not necessarily evaluating the positions, right? But he basically he kind of dictated what he wants the position to look like.
Yeah, I think...
So Jan coped with that, but one day it might be harder.
Yeah, despite the fact that Jan was, according to the machines, better yesterday until he played bishop f4, and definitely was, maybe even close to winning today, I would say that in terms of opening prep, Magnus so far has been maybe even far ahead, because he got 2 positions which were sort of exactly like the positions he wanted to get. And the fact that he scored a point out of 2 and could have scored fewer, is sort of irrelevant to that discussion.
Yeah. But it's a very limited
Yeah,
sample size. Once again, it's only
obviously,
2 games, and we'll see how this unfolds
N equals
later
2
on.
is not very conclusive. That's for sure. So I think this probably concludes the entertainment for today.
Yeah.
Predictions for tomorrow. We can try doing the Rogozin thing again.
But that's why we come on air 15 minutes
Yeah.
before, right? No, I just thought, okay, I'm having fun and everything. It's just that today we are kind of trying to prolong the game, but there will be 7 hours
Definitely, yeah.
games, and we'll have no way of kind of cutting
Probably
down the time.
more than one.
No,
Yeah.
I'm fine with predictions for tomorrow. So E4.
Yeah, I think E4 continues, but somewhat shockingly, what Magnus played there might prompt a rethink of some sort, because depending on how Team Nepomniachtchi feels about that endgame that they got more or less out of the opening by move 15, the queens were off yesterday. Let's just put this on the board. It will be easier to talk about things if we just do it properly. So E4, E5. The assumption has to be Jan is not really looking forward to the idea of testing Magnus's marshal proper. So we're not expecting the move C3 in this position. It's not entirely out of the question that Jan actually does check it one time during the match, but it seems like a strange thing to do because Marshall really does stand quite well these days. You generally aren't even troubled too much, and the move A4 here has been sort of driven into the dust a little bit. It's been so well researched that you kind of struggle to get much of a game there. And Jan played H3. I assume having some idea in the old gambit, the old way of giving up this pawn, and the fact that Magnus found a way to absolutely force that structure and that material balance or imbalance, if you like, by playing knight e5 straight away, not even giving white time to kind of take a breath, and just more or less forcing this entire sequence of knight e5, bishop b7, takes bishop b7, d3, d5, which leads to the positions that we got yesterday. It might prompt a little bit of a rethink, but I don't know what form that rethink will take. Jan definitely can play other first moves, but I don't think you just abandon 1e4 after one game. We'll see. There's definitely a lot of anti-marshals. You can play c6d3, of course, which is something that Magnus himself has been doing for years and years. You can go back to like a4, or even like a3 exists here. A3 was played by Magnus himself against me like 15 years ago. All of these moves exist, but they generally don't give very much, and also Magnus is one of the better Spanish players around, so he will not be particularly, frazzled by having play something he may have not really looked at on that particular day, but just a generic Spanish where he's not much worse out of the opening will not make him too sad.
Italian is perhaps out of the question, right? I mean, the gioco piano.
I think of the two of them, Magnus is the classic of the gioco piano by this point.
Yeah, that's exactly what my thoughts, because it's unlikely that you can prepare sort of a bomb in the gioco piano, and other than that, Magnus has to be much.
Yeah, Magnus has played so much of this with both colors that it feels like it's not going to be once again. He will be quite fine with this direction.
Yes, Scotch is an interesting suggestion. Some weird Scotch with this.
Yeah, Jan has been playing some
ideas.
really sharp Scotches recently, starting from, in particular this line, the H4 line. No, sorry, hang on a second. I think he was doing it in this
C4,
direction.
bishop A6,
and if F6 you go Rook a3 with the intention of Rook h3 with the intention of playing Rook a3. Yeah, the thing about this is, exactly as Hali606 says, it's fine until people realize you're doing this semi-seriously, and they actually spend like an hour clicking, which I have done recently for some reason. I think I was facing somebody who would have done this against me, or I was contemplating doing it with white or something in a game.
Mm-hmm.
And I spent like an hour clicking, and I said to myself, yeah, no, not happening. Not against somebody who, semi-expects you to do it, because it's just not going to work out well for you at all. I just don't think this is World Championship material. It's a very playable line in rapid against somebody who might not have looked at it before. But yeah, there's like zero chance.
Magnus Tour, this Magnus online rapid.
But obviously,
choice.
Having declared that you have this in your repertoire, you can't really expect gross negligence from your opponent's team. They will know, and they will show Magnus, even if he doesn't know already. That it will be shown to him at some point.
Yeah.
We'll see tomorrow. Yeah, it's difficult to predict. There's so many directions this can take, starting from just not playing e4 at all on move 1, or kind of calling the bluff and saying, I don't think this endgame that you played against me is that great. I think the engine gives me like 0-60 throughout, and now I will not be surprised, so I will know exactly how to maintain the 0-60 in this line, so show me something else. And, Jan could just as well blitz out everything up to h3, look Magnus in the face, kind of smirk, and say, yeah, what you got, boy?
And it's a very good chance that he'll be
something
shown
else.
Something else.
Something else. Very likely something else. We'll see. We'll see, and we will see, hopefully, more than all of you tomorrow, same time, same place. We will start about 15 minutes prior to the start of the round.
So 3:15.
Yeah, 3:15
right?
Russian time, 1:15 Central European, and I'm very, very bad at American time, so I'm not going to attempt those.
They've got a lot of time zones anyway, so you'll mess it once you name it. You'll mess it for kind of half of America.
I will definitely guess correctly for somebody, but who that somebody is?
Well, that's if you look at this
who
way.
That somebody is, I have no idea.
Okay. Anyway, guys, find out when the game starts, and we are starting 15 minutes before that.
See you tomorrow.
See you.